left spew their lies and misinformation when they're the ones that screwed Social Security for those that are able to get it right now and those in the future. I'm right at that age where I could retire, but I'm going to wait because I don't know if it's going to stay there. It's going to be there.
Yeah. Well, Rod, you make a great point. Also, remember this. Both Barack Obama and Bill Clinton referred to the so-called entitlements as unsustainable, meaning they need major reform if they're going to be there for younger people. But when anybody suggests anything at all, they're accused of taking it away from old people. And the minor adjustments that the president has proposed were the same minor adjustments that Barack Obama proposed. Did anybody accuse him of wanting to throw seniors off a cliff? More on California next hour. I'm Larry Elder.
Baby, baby, baby.
Your business is under attack 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's a fact. Small businesses are the low-hanging fruit. You may think you're protected, but you're vulnerable in many ways, and cyber attackers actively prey on small businesses. But Turnkey can protect you. Turnkey is the key to cyber protection. Turnkey has a quick and efficient 12-point evaluation to determine if your business, your profits, are at risk. And right now, for a limited time, Turnkey is offering the first month of service to all new customers free. Peace of mind, free. It includes all Microsoft licensing, antivirus, anti-malware, and completed data backup both on-site and off-site, plus help desk support. Don't leave you, your employees, and your customers vulnerable. Talk to Turnkey. Visit turnkey.pro. 3 decades of experience. That's turnkey.pro. Turnkey, the champion of small business.
News, opinion, insight. This is AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app, or tell your smart speaker to play.
His court order.
Boasberg says he has given the Trump administration ample opportunity to explain why flights of migrants left for El Salvador last month despite his order stopping them. And that, quote, the court ultimately determines that the government's actions on that day demonstrate a willful disregard for its order, sufficient for the court to conclude that probable cause exists to find the government in criminal contempt. The DOJ argues that order was received too late. A White House spokesperson says the president is 100% committed to ensuring that terrorists and criminal illegal migrants are no longer a threat to Americans.
Fox's Rich Edson. The Trump administration is appealing that ruling. Italy's Prime Minister Meloni will meet with President Trump in Washington today as the EU pushes for a trade deal to avoid tariffs.
Trade and NATO spending are likely to top the agenda in a high-stakes meeting between President Trump and Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni. Meloni is viewed as a political ally of the president, but her visit comes as the 27-member European Union is eager to cut a new trade deal with the U.S. and prevent reciprocal tariffs on imports announced earlier this month. Yesterday, a delegation from Japan met with President Trump and key cabinet officials at the White House. Jared Halpern, Fox News.
Federal Reserve Chair Jerome Powell says growth appears to be slowing and that policymakers will hold off on any interest rate moves for now, mainly due to Trump's tariffs.
The level of tariff increases announced so far is significantly larger than anticipated, and the same is likely to be true of the economic effects, which will include higher inflation and slower growth.
Powell's comments sent stocks into a tech-driven sell-off. The Dow dived nearly 700 points. The Nasdaq plunged 3%. Dow futures up 278 points at this hour. America's listening to Fox News.
Stay on top of the latest forecast with America's Weather Team in the palm of your hand.
Here's the latest from America's Weather Center.
It's Fox weather updates throughout your busy day, every day.
That heat's going to be out there for one more day.
Temperatures being 30 degrees above average.
Put the power of over 100 meteorologists and the worldwide resources of Fox in your hands with the Fox Weather Podcast. Precise, personal, powerful. Subscribe and listen now at foxnewspodcasts.com. Connect to Fox News Audio on the Fox News app. Listen to hear your favorite hosts like Brian Kilmeade, Jimmy Fallon, and Guy Benson standing up for what's right, live and via podcast. Just click listen, then swipe right and hear the latest news updates on your time. And scroll down to hear the latest podcasts from Fox News. And it's even easier to listen in the car with Apple CarPlay and Android Auto. Get programming alerts and notifications. Fox News Audio is on the Fox News app. The voices America trusts. Download it now.
Iran's foreign minister landed in Moscow today to begin a visit in which he's expected to meet President Putin. In New Jersey, transit engineers are threatening to strike on May 16th after rejecting a labor deal.
The engineers who run those trains say they are not getting paid enough. That union, called the Brotherhood of Locomotive Engineers and Trainmen, deal with NJ Transit. Despite reports of a reasonable wage increase, they say nearly 90% of them, they're prepared to strike by May 16th, claiming the wage increase is still a point of contention. The engineers have been working without a contract since the year 2020.
Our number one issue is wages. New Jersey Transit engineers are among the lowest paid in the entire country.
A statement from NJ Transit's president and CEO reads in part, "I believe the deal is still within reach, and I'm committed to returning to the bargaining table immediately."
Fox 5 New York's Richard Giacovas in Secaucus, New Jersey. The Trump administration issued an order yesterday to stop construction of a major offshore wind project to power more than 500,000 New York homes. It's the latest Trump move targeting the green energy industry. The girlfriend of ex-New England Patriots coach Bill Belichick will compete in the Miss Maine USA contest against a transgender woman.
Among those competing against Jordan Hudson, Isabel St. Cyr, the first transgender person to try for the state title. St. Cyr, who is a farm owner, telling the Bangor Daily News she wants to show everyone that trans women can do well in the pageant. Gary Baumgarten, Fox News.
Belichick is 49 years older than his 24-year-old girlfriend. And just in time for Easter week, Puerto Rico gets hit with an island-wide blackout. All 1.4 million Luma Energy customers lost power yesterday. The company estimates it will take up to 72 hours to restore most service. I'm Carmen Roberts. This is Fox News.
Come on with this, people. Move it!
Did you really think you could make that company deliver yourself?
Oh, I cannot handle any more traffic.
You could be getting much more done at your place of business.
I've wasted 45 minutes and now this place is gonna close.
Time is money. Let Quick Delivery Service take on the traffic hassle for you. They'll deliver almost anything, from large pallets of materials to important documents, or both. No forms, no labels, no scanning. Just tell Quick Delivery Service where it's going, they'll pick it up, and get it to your destination quickly. Your cargo delivery is tracked in real time with GPS. Notifications are delivered right to your inbox. Visit QuickDelivery.com. That's QuickDelivery.com. Or you can deliver like this.
Seriously, another train?
Or get your delivery there on time with QuickDelivery.com. Or call 847-534-2244. 847-534-2244.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. At Wesley, we've helped over 40,000 families cancel their timeshare, and I want to share with you how we do it. Just give my office a call. I guarantee if we take you as a client, we'll get you out of your timeshare, or you'll pay nothing. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-919-1441. 800-919-1441. 800-919-1441.
National security is at risk, and China controls most of the world's supply of antimony, a critical metal for military and defense technology. Military Metals Corp is taking action and securing a Western-controlled supply with projects in Europe and North America. Critical minerals are the backbone of modern defense. Now's the time to pay attention. The stock trades on the OTC under ticker MILIF. Call your broker today or go to www.militarymetalscorp.com to learn more.
Hey,
Hey, heard you're getting ready to move.
We just listed our house on the market.
Just make sure you have the right attorney.
Doesn't the real estate agent take care of all that?
They stay involved, but you want to make sure you have a great lawyer that's negotiating the terms, helping resolve inspection items, clearing up title issues, preparing the deed and other documents, and attending the closing.
The attorneys at Nauman & Associates in Elk Grove Village have decades of experience handling real estate transactions every day all over Chicagoland. NALawGroup.com.
Attention American homeowners, you're under attack. Your home and equity could be vulnerable to cyber thieves. There's only one company that completely stops them, and that company is Equity Protect. Equity Protect prevents any attempts to steal your home, equity, and ownership 24/7. Get your free risk report today by texting the word HOME to 94878. That's right, text the word HOME to 94878 to get your free risk report. Keep your equity and legacy safe with Equity Protect.
When you need to talk about what's happening today,
hey, can I talk to you for a second?
There's one place you can come to. The Sean Thompson Show.
Do it! Do it, I dare you. Do it!
Get in the conversation.
Everybody talks about that show. Sounds great, doesn't it?
Weekdays starting at 4.
This is easy.
I like his honesty and his frankness. Every day I listen to him, I learn.
He says what's on his mind. He's real.
Best person out there to listen to. We're combating people who prefer the lie.
He's Sean Thompson, only on AM 560. The Answer.
It's April 17th, and this is your Fox Daily Snapshot. Today is International Haiku Poetry Day, Japanese poetry with 3 lines and a 5-7-5 syllable structure. I work at Fox News. This is my haiku poem. Have a good day, all. Also today, the world's longest war ended in 1986. Known as the 335 Years' War, it was between the Netherlands and the Isle of Scilly. It was a bloodless conflict without a shot ever being taken. It was 1970. Apollo 13 lands on the Earth after having never made it to the moon. An oxygen tank had failed 2 days into the mission. In 1961, the Bay of Pigs invasion began. A CIA paramilitary group tried to invade Cuba to overthrow Fidel Castro. It was a failure. I'm CJ Papa. This is your Fox Daily Snapshot.
Living with chronic joint pain is like trying to get comfortable on a cactus sofa. Ouch! Nothing feels good. And forget trying to do the things you enjoyed this spring, like golfing, hiking, tennis. Hi, Amy Jacobson here, and I want you to know something. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and the medical pros at QC Kinetics here in Chicago are on the case. I spoke to my friend in Utah who had regenerative medicine with QC Kinetics, and now she does not need that right hip replacement. Seriously, listen up. If you have joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, back, with QC Kinetics, the science is solid. They give you back your life without surgery, without drugs, and without any downtime. If you're curious if you're a candidate for these treatments, no problem. The consultation is free with appointments on Saturdays. Now's the best time to get started. Call QC Kinetics at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics.
Have you heard a lot of buzz about tariffs?
No.
Really?
What's a tariff?
It's a tax on imported goods.
Well, I've never heard of tariffs because 92.3% of Penny Mustard's furniture is made in the USA.
True.
In fact, most of it is built by local craftsmen and women right here in the Midwest.
And locally sourced furniture will never have a tariff on it.
Can we talk about this later? I'm tired of hearing about these tariffs.
So I guess you can say that all this talk about tariffs is taxing.
PennyMustard.com.
Salem News Channel is America's fastest growing conservative TV network.
It's an absolute crazy day.
Home to the largest lineup of free speech champions anywhere. Delivering in-depth insight and unapologetic opinion on today's biggest news stories.
Americans aren't going to put up with this anymore.
SNC brings you the news that matters, told with integrity and clarity. Watch Salem News Channel free 24/7 on your television. Stream now on Xumo Play.
Honey, we're not moving, but we gotta do something about this kitchen.
Funny you mention it. I just stopped by Forever Remodeling's new showroom in Niles. I saw over a dozen kitchen and bathroom layouts they designed. They even offered to stop by the house and give us a free in-home design consultation.
What'd you tell them?
That we're free today?
Visit foreverremodeling.com today. That's the number 4, everremodeling.com. Forever Remodeling, stress-free and high-quality remodeling.
Are you looking for a peaceful and enduring resting place for yourself or a loved one? Discover Fairview Memorial Park in North Lake, Illinois, a tranquil haven where your family's legacy can be honored for generations. We're excited to announce the upcoming completion of our beautiful new garden mausoleum opening this spring, offering both above-ground burial and cremation options. This serene space is surrounded by meticulously maintained landscaping and beautiful trees. With limited space available in our mausoleum, now's the time to plan ahead. Reserve your family's place today with prices starting around $7,000. And for a limited time, take advantage of a $500 discount when you pre-purchase a crypt. To learn more or secure your spot, visit fairview-memorialpark.com. That's fairview-memorialpark.com. Or stop by Fairview Memorial Park at 900 North Wolf Road in North Lake. Fairview Memorial Park. Peacefully beautiful.
Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime adventure. Set sail August 16th through the 23rd on the Patriots Alaska Cruise with me, Mike Gallagher, and our friends Larry Elder and Jennifer Horn, Joe Piscopo. Experience breathtaking glaciers, fjords, and wildlife, all while diving into critical discussions about America's future with hundreds of like-minded patriots on the ship. Cabins are going fast. Text TRAVEL to 94878 right now to secure your spot before it's too late. Just text the keyword TRAVEL to 94878 for the Patriots Alaska Cruise.
Can you afford not to have effective video surveillance? Is your outdoor inventory at risk? Theft and vandalism can hit your bottom line hard. Stop these events before they happen. Monitor your business 24/7 with alarm detection systems. We prevent crime with live operators watching video alerts, ensuring your assets and employees are secure. It's not worth the liability when you can effectively protect what matters most. Call ADS at 1-630-844-6322 or visit adsalarm.com for a free demo. Alarm license number 127000143. Spending too much on security guards to patrol your property? With rising crime rates, guards may not be enough. And the cost, it's adding up fast. At Alarm Detection Systems, we offer a more innovative solution. Live video monitoring. Cameras provide extra coverage in even the hardest-to-reach areas. Unlike guards, they never get intimidated. Our operators watch video alerts in real time, cut costs, increase coverage, and stay secure. Call ADS at 1-630-844-6322 or visit adsalarm.com for a free demo. Alarm license number 127000143.
You need a construction company, but who?
Call Crosscom.
A construction company you can trust that shares your Christian and conservative values. For decades, Crosscom has been doing work in Chicagoland, Northwest Indiana, and Wisconsin. Roofs, siding, windows, doors, gutters, basically everything for your home or business, even solar. Quality work and professional services that make you feel great about your decision to work with Crosscom.
Call Crosscom.
630-871-5500. Give them a chance to earn your business. If your repairs are due to storm, fire, or flood damage, you need to
call Crosscom.
They're licensed public adjusters. They work for you, not the insurance company. Crosscom will work to get you the money you deserve, the maximum payout. They know the insurance companies and how to deal with them. They win for you.
Call Crosscom.
Crosscom Construction and Public Adjusters.
This is Dan Lights with Crosscom. You can trust us with your home or business for high quality work and fair prices. It's the only way we do business.
630-871-5500. CrosscomPublicAdjusters.com.
The following advertisement includes a celebrity impersonation.
You know, nothing beats the comfort of a perfectly heated home.
And when it comes to heating your home, Air Right Heating and Cooling does it the best.
And they love our country. Beautiful people.
Air Right Heating and Cooling is fast. When your furnace breaks down, they'll fix it right away.
Just like that. Big time results. No waiting around. You get the job done right. And let's face it, who doesn't love being warm, right? It's beautiful. When it's freezing, I crank up that amazing furnace. Burn, baby, burn. Trust me, you'll say, wow, I've never felt this warm in my life.
If you like keeping your hard-earned money, then contact Air Right Heating and Cooling and tell them AM 560 sent you to receive $56 off any service.
Unbelievable.
Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. Air Right Heating and Cooling. Doing it right since 1959.
Sign up for the AM 560 Answer Advantage to get early alerts on event ticket sales, special discounts, and contest opportunities. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/advantage.
Jeff Tishlar, author of High Tech versus the Highest Tech, has shared his knowledge of the spectacular things that we see in nature as opposed to what man has created and how this should inform one's faith. Jeff served on the mission field all over the world and has created this highly illustrated and concisely written technical book. The easy-to-read format is understood from the youngest reader to the most intelligent and mature readers. Google and Amazon book reviews include, "This is the best little book I have ever read. It is amazing how much information is in this book." And a beautifully written and illustrated book. The author has a gift for describing complicated technical details in a very understandable style. This book is available now in paperback on Amazon. Search High Tech versus the Highest Tech by Jeff Tischler. 100% of proceeds go to missions. That's High Tech vs. the Highest Tech by Jeff Tischler.
Now, your official weather forecast.
Clouds and windy today. A couple of afternoon showers, high 64. Shower and thunderstorm, then partly cloudy late tonight, low 57. Breezy and warmer. Clouds and sun, afternoon, evening thunderstorm for tomorrow. The high tomorrow at 80. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good Thursday morning, Amy Jacobson here, and lo and behold, the one and only Charles Thomas is here.
Yep, that's me.
You are back. I haven't seen you for a while.
I know,
it's been
a few weeks, but I've been around. You know, I've been doing a little hanging out, traveling. My wife and I went to Colorado.
Oh,
believe it or not, early spring in Colorado in the mountains.
How was it?
It was great.
Did you go to Breckenridge, or what town were you in?
No, we actually went to a jazz festival.
Oh.
At the Broadmoor Hotel. I don't know if you ever heard of that place.
Sorry,
but I hadn't before I went there.
The Broadmoor? No, I've never heard of that.
It was great.
Oh, good
they
for
had
you.
Lots of, I guess it's what they call smooth jazz, which is different.
Okay.
See, I never.
Yeah, no, there's radio stations like smooth jazz.
Yeah,
and
but
it's
see,
just
I
very
never
relaxing.
got past what they call the hard bop, the bop era back in the 50s. I bought like all of it on LPs, my music, you know, your Miles Davis, Coltrane, that kind of thing. And then I bought it again on tape cassette. Then I bought the same stuff again on CDs. And now I'm downloading it.
And guess what's coming back? The LPs.
Are they?
Oh, yeah. I went to an LP party.
Well, how do you play them?
Well, you get a record player, Charles.
Oh, man,
it's the new thing.
Record player.
No, it's because the sound is different. I mean, there's a little snap, crackle, pop,
cool,
you know?
for sure.
But people and the kiddos like it. And I told I'm like, why did I get rid of all my LPs? What was your first 45?
Mary Wells, The One Who Really Loves You. I don't know if you remember that. It's in the early 60s.
Justin can find it.
Mary Wells was like the first great female star of Motown.
Okay. How does the song go? Can you sing?
The One Who
away.
Really Loves You. I guess. Yeah, I'm sure that people out there in the audience of the same vintage remember Mary Wells. She did another song called "You Beat Me to the Punch."
Okay.
I've got two lovers and I ain't ashamed. That lady, she's great. That was her first record.
That was mine.
My sister and I, 45 cost $1.
Really?
And my sister and I chipped in 50 cents a piece.
Aww. That's so cute. Yeah. And then you'd share time listening to it. Because kids don't understand. I said, we didn't have phones. We didn't have video games. I mean, eventually we had that Pong, the Pong game where you beep, beep,
well, that's beep, you. I didn't have
beep,
Pong.
But you know what I'm talking about? That game. It's in black and white, and it's a little stick, and you just have what looks like a ball, and then you speed it up.
Yeah, for sure. We had pinball.
Oh.
Pinball machines. That was
exactly. Yes, we had that too. Yeah. And then so I was telling my kids, we would just sit there and get LPs and play them and dance or do whatever. But my first 45, I sound older than I am. But my grandma Ruth talked me into it. Bobby Vinton, She Wore Blue Velvet.
She wore blue velvet. Oh, bluer than velvet were her eyes.
Anyone want to talk about their first 45? 312-642-5600. That's our turnkey.pro answer line. Of course, we're going to have a great show today. We're going to talk about Patty Morin, Rachel Morin's mom. Did you see her yesterday? She went to the White House briefing.
Yeah. That was.
We'll get into that at 6. That was some of the most powerful storytelling I've heard in a while, because you didn't know what happened, and then she didn't know either until the trial.
Yeah, in a larger sense, I tell you, Carolyn Leavitt's management of the White House press office is absolutely masterful.
And they pray before every press conference.
And you see the cross on her sweater.
Yeah,
all the time.
It's good.
I tell you.
And we're going to talk about that. And then we'll, of course, talk about Letitia James. Oh, my goodness. And send her back, but to where, we don't know. Send her back from Virginia to New York. But I wanted to start because you and I are both former street reporters. And there's this one, he works for FanDuel Sports Network. I didn't know that they had a sports network. But they cover baseball games and other events. And this reporter, Wiley Ballard, he was on the rooftop. He was at the Toronto Braves game. In Toronto, they have a rooftop deck.
Right.
Some lovely ladies. I'm not going to lie. They were good looking. I call it like I see it, Charles. And he went up to them to talk to them about their evening and about the team and, what their prospects are for the future of the team.
We're having a lot of fun up here up the Corona rooftop. Who do we got here? What's your name?
My name's Lauren.
Lawrence, all right.
And I'm Kayla.
Kayla, and you guys hang out at the rooftop lounge often?
Once a year I come out to visit.
Okay, well, we timed it pretty well. All right, good. How are you guys feeling about rooting for the Braves today?
Oof, I don't know. I'm hoping for the best.
What about you? Are you a Braves fan now?
Not quite.
Not quite. All right, I'm gonna go to work up here, guys. Good luck the rest of the way.
Okay, Wiley. You got 4 innings to get the numbers.
I'm on it.
Get us some more Braves fans.
All right, so they want me to get your number.
They want you to get my number.
I'm dead serious. They're saying in my ear right now. She didn't believe me because she thinks you guys are not. I'm making this up. Even if you guys weren't, I might use that in the future. That's actually a pretty good move.
This is unbelievable. So the best part of this right now is that Wiley could totally be faking it. This might be the new move. You just walk around with a FanDuel microphone and an earpiece in and convince fans that they're actually on TV.
I should have thought of this years ago.
I am speechless.
I got the number. We're good.
So, of course, he's being praised on social media for a bold baller move. But colleagues in the industry are appalled by what he did. Saying if that was a woman, think about that. If that was a woman coming up to two guys saying, hey, can I get your number? She'd be blown out of the business. Don't you agree or no? Because there's always in journalism. There's no journalism. There's this gray line.
That.
Like
forget that. That went by about what 10 years ago.
Well, particularly in that end of the game, the sport end of the game, where you're walking around a stadium with a hot mic, and I just think people are just, man, we've just lost all of our sense of humor.
Yes. So somebody texted in, if a female sideline reporter did this, she'd be called horrible names, probably run out of town. On the other side, here's a fellow TV anchor basically saying to the dude to ask for the numbers. My man, it's not the same for both sexes, just saying.
I thought it was funny.
Yeah, it was. You should see it too. It's pretty cute.
I mean, just hearing it, I thought it was funny.
But the follow-up should be, did they actually go on the date?
Well, for sure, but I kind of doubt it. Man, would you? I don't know.
Here's Katie Feldman, reporter. Example 28,495, why men get away with the bottom of the barrel content because misogyny is alive and well in sports television. A woman could never and would never do this without losing her job. Lazy, disappointing, offensive, cringy. I could go on. Yikes, all around. I don't know. If the roles were reversed, people would be having a different reaction to this. I don't know. I think they should talk a female sports reporter into asking some dudes out during a game, especially if the game's boring. Liven up the game.
Yeah, but I think the rules are different. There's no doubt. I mean, I think one of the problems we have today socially in our country is that we don't have defined roles anymore.
All right. Well, because we don't have defined genders. Because the Democrats can't tell you what a woman is.
Well, that's true too, but that's another conversation. I just think that a woman who would do that, I think, would catch a lot of heat. I don't think it's the most attractive thing that it certainly wouldn't appeal to guys.
No.
If she did that, if she was a sports reporter and she was very aggressive with some good-looking male fan, I just don't think that guys wouldn't. They say, look at her, man. She's the proverbial loose woman.
Oh, that's right. That's right, because we're loose.
But that's true. That's just the way it is. I mean, we're the hunters. We are the ones who
and girls are aggressive. I got to tell you, when my boys were in kindergarten, girls were asking them out or just teasing them, saying, not asking them out. Yeah, you want to go on a date? Asking for play dates and I don't know.
Yeah, well,
they're very aggressive.
But I can see that.
Yeah.
I can see that at that age. But I think as you become socialized and you learn different dating protocols, if that's the word, I mean, you follow those.
Has a woman ever asked you out on a date?
Pardon?
Has a woman ever asked you out on a date?
Man, I've been married for so long. My wife does all the time. She takes me out on Friday night.
Oh, she does? And where do you guys go?
Sushi Doku.
Okay.
In the West Loop. This is our neighborhood kitchen where we go when we want to eat something, and we know we're gonna get. They know us there.
Yeah.
And they got great sushi too. The stuff
really?
I don't know how they get their fish, but man, is it fresh? I'm doing an ad now. Right
I know, it's okay.
But she asks me out all the time.
And how long have you two been married?
We've been married 22 years, but in all, I've been married about 50.
So but when you were a reporter, didn't women hit on you?
Yeah, but I tell you, as a reporter, I was always so engrossed in what I was doing.
Right, that you didn't.
That I just didn't hear it. And if they were, I wasn't paying attention. I was thinking about the story, thinking about the deadline.
Right.
You know the drill.
I know. There's no time for flirting.
I thought about it that in the 47 years that I was a paid working post-college after reporter, I never could schedule lunch with someone.
Lunch was so foreign to me. There was no, even dinner, no, that's not, nope. Right. You couldn't do it.
You couldn't do it. You didn't know
what
was going to happen, and you couldn't you couldn't schedule anything.
Oh my gosh.
What I do now is, man, this retirement game. I love this.
Really?
I really do.
Because some people miss the clowns in the circus. Do you miss the clowns or the circus, or maybe the clowns meaning your former coworkers?
I don't. I don't miss the clowns. I don't miss the circus. I mean, I have such a different lifestyle now. It's all about family. I mean, big deal for me is what am I going to cook for dinner tonight?
Yeah.
Because my wife, she still has a business and does her thing. And how am I going to cook dinner? What am I going to do? I do Bible study 2 times a week now.
Good for you.
Which I really enjoy. I mean, I just love this.
Good. Because so many people retire and they don't last long. They got to get back in the game, or they have to be a per diem, or they have to, start their own production company. But other people absolutely love it.
Yeah.
It does take some getting used to.
Well, I'm sitting here. I'm sitting here. I miss this to that extent. I mean, sitting here with you, this is great. I love this. Don't think I could do it every morning.
You mean you don't want to get up at 3 a.m. every morning, Charles?
No. Could not do
Stuff
it.
Dreams are made of.
No, I'd be in serious trouble trying to do it every morning. But I like doing it, when I do it.
Right.
And, coming in here, seeing you, and seeing Dan, Quinn. I mean,
what's not to love about Quinn and Justin?
Yeah, Quinn
There
and
you go.
Justin, all these guys, this is great. But every morning, no, you'd be curious. You'd be taking me out of here. I mean, I don't think I could do it.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, we're going to get to Letitia James. Oh, she's getting her payback as a son of a gun. But now let's head into that newsroom. Here's John Cruz.
Good morning, 42 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in the Rapid Radio's newsroom. A 13-year-old in serious condition after being shot Wednesday night riding the CTA Red Line near the Garfield station. That shooting happened around 8:30. According to police, multiple shots fired. The boy sent to Comer Children's Hospital. No arrests have been made as Chicago police investigate. A big hearing today in the Menendez brothers' attempts to get out of prison for the 1989 murders of their parents in Beverly Hills. As of now, the hearing is scheduled to go forward, but overnight, prosecutors hinting they might ask for a delay so the judge can review some new information. A 28-year-old man shot and killed in Lincoln Park last night. It happened in the 800 block of West Lil Avenue, where he was pronounced dead. No arrests in that case. And the Trump administration facing possible contempt charges over 2 deportation flights to El Salvador. The flights went on after a federal judge ordered they be turned around. Now a judge saying top officials could be subpoenaed. This report sponsored by Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Perfect for instant contact with an aging parent. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com. You'll get an extra 60% off and free UPS shipping. Add code radio and get an extra 5% off. A check of the roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
For nearly a decade, AM 560 has marked the start of summer with a night of cigar smoking and great conversation. And this year, we've expanded Cigar Night to 2 nights. Wednesday, May 21st at Goldberg's Farm in Pingree Grove, and Thursday, May 22nd at Gaelic Park in Oak Forest, featuring the great Larry Elder, along with AM 560's Dan Proft and Sean Thompson. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/cigar. That's 560theanswer.com/cigar. Sponsored by Level 10 Coatings.
Mike Lindell and his employees want to personally thank you for your continued support of MyPillow. They have a big allotment of their bed sheets that were earmarked for the box stores this spring. Well, they did it again. The box stores didn't come through, so they're going to pass the savings on to you. Now there is no middleman, so you're going to get wholesale prices on their famous Giza Dreams and Percale bed sheets. Giza Dream Queen size normally $139.98. Your wholesale price $69.99. King size only $79.99. Percale Queen size normally $89.98. Your wholesale price $29.98. King size only $34.98. So go to mypillow.com and use promo code LIBERTY or call 800-489-0201. Free shipping options available. This allotment won't last long. When they're gone, they're gone. So remember, go to mypillow.com and use promo code LIBERTY or call 800-489-0201 to get these amazing wholesale offers.
If you're hiding your smile because of missing teeth, are experiencing pain due to incoming wisdom teeth or a misaligned jaw, Midland Oral Surgery and Implant Centers can change your life. Experts in the fields of oral and maxillofacial surgery, anesthesia, and dental implantology, the doctors at Midland Oral Surgery are committed to providing compassionate care in a calm and relaxing environment. Dental implants, bone grafting, removing wisdom teeth, surgical management of the hard and soft tissues of the facial region, including sedation dentistry, so you can improve your smile in a painless, pleasant, and stress-free manner. With state-of-the-art CT imaging equipment, Midland Oral Surgery and Implant Centers have unparalleled diagnostic and treatment capabilities, proudly serving Southwest Chicago and its suburbs for over 50 years. Make an appointment to discuss a pain-free solution for your smile. Locations in Frankfort, Tinley Park, Oak Lawn, and Western Springs. Learn more about the doctors and procedures at midlandoms.com. That's midlandoms.com.
Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start looking and feeling your best with Hair Grow by New Nordic. Available online at Amazon, Walmart.com, and NewNordicUSA.com, or at your local CVS.
We've got slow traffic building on the Stevenson northbound between Ashland Avenue and Dan Ryan Expressway. A structure fire on the west side. This is at Lake Street, east of I-294, west of Laverne Avenue. Several firefighters are in defense operations. No injuries reported there. Overnight road construction still causing issues on I-55 southbound between Route 59 and I-80. About a 5-minute backup there. An accident in Bensonville, slowing down traffic on Route 83 southbound between Irving Park Road and Sherwood Drive. That's about a 30-minute delay. Multiple garage garage fires on the north side, Lincoln Park area, Armitage Avenue, both east and westbound. And again, picking up cones from several construction zones between 127th Street, 131st Street, and 175th Street. Traffic is a service of almostfreeteeth.com. Overpaying for dental implants is over. If you have a Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP, you could save 90% off on average to get your smile back. Learn more and check if you qualify at almostfreeteeth.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now checking on your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Clouds and windy today, a couple of afternoon showers, high 64. Shower and thunderstorm, then partly cloudy late tonight, low 57. Breezy and warmer, clouds and sun, afternoon, evening thunderstorm for tomorrow, the high tomorrow at 80. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
The one who really loves you. So the only wants you until the
All right, Justin, the best. Turn your mic on, man. Let's sing it.
Far, far away, girl, you know. Far away. Love, you better wake up, yeah, before we break up and you lose me. Little me, the one who really loves you.
That voice belongs to Charles Thomas. He's filling in today for Dan Proft. And that was your first 45.
First 45, 1962 maybe.
Then you bought it with your sister. You went
Yeah,
splitsies.
50-50 on it. And we wore it out too. We had one of those record players, you know, that it comes down, it drops that 45.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, and you had to put the little disc in it, you know.
Yep, to make it look like an LP.
Right, and then it would drop, and then you play that tune, and we played it over and over and over again.
Because that's what you did back then.
Yeah.
You played the songs over and over. I had them on the Free to Be You and Me album. And you and me are free to be. Because they had dialogue in between songs, and it was a story that was told. Yeah. It was a book that was being read right in front of you, and it had dancing in it. It was our first musical. Bob in Buffalo Grove, he's got a record recommendation or wants to tell us about his record history. Hi, Bob. How are you?
Good. Great to talk to you, Andy. And I'll thank you, Mr. Thomas. I got an oldie but goodie.
Hey, Bob, can you talk into your phone? We can barely hear you.
Oh, you can't hear me?
Yeah.
How's that?
A little bit better.
Okay. 1959, I bought my first 45 in downtown Edison Park. It was called The Happy Organ by Dave Baby Cortez. That was when instrumentals were big and popular. It was getting very expensive for me to buy 45s. So in 1963, I bought my first open reel tape recorder. And I literally have thousands of 45s that I lifted off of the radio, transistor radio.
Oh. Yeah, I used to do that. Would sit there with a cassette recorder and record songs that I liked. Actually, I used to listen to AM 560 because it was WIND. It was us and that station down the road, 890.
That station.
Those are the two. Those are the two AM stations that played music when we were kids.
Man, you had high tech. You actually had a recorder in your transistor?
No. I had a portable cassette that was battery operated.
Yeah.
And I would just, if I was in the car or driving anywhere, I would press record and get that song lifted so that I could just play it over and over again on my cassette player.
Yeah.
Save
the quality
money.
had to be pretty crappy.
Oh, it was horrible.
Yeah.
Thanks, Bob, for the phone call. That's awesome. Okay. And then here's my first 45. Which is a little outdated. But again, Grandma Ruth talked me into it because I think she wanted to hear this song more than I did.
She wore blue velvet, bluer than velvet was the night. Softer than
I think Bobby Vinton is still alive too. He performed at a Hollywood casino or somewhere.
Well, you know, remember the movie Blue Velvet?
She wore blue.
Oh, is this from that movie?
Velvet. Bluer than velvet were her eyes.
You know, David Lynch directed the movie Blue Velvet. Did you see it?
No, I did not.
Oh, it was freaky.
But
I mean, it was.
Well,
really
it's David
weird.
Lynch.
Yeah,
from Twin Peaks. David
yeah,
Lynch.
that guy. Yeah, he did it. Blue Velvet. You got to go grab that one.
I don't know.
Oh no, it's
Is
good.
it scary?
It's good. It had Isabella Rossellini, I think, in it. Was the female lead. Then it was, I can't remember the guy's name. Anyway, but it's. I thought it was a great movie. Loved it. But I love the song. That's where I really plugged into the song.
There's one. Okay. Yeah. Ron on the South Side. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Hi, Ron.
Hey, good morning, Amy. Charles.
Ron, I haven't heard from you in a minute. How you doing, man?
Hey, man. Look here, man. I usually want to talk politics with you, but this is a little more fun. 3 comments. The first 45, I bought Michael Jackson. I'm a big boy now, so I'm telling my age.
Oh, yeah.
But, yeah.
Oh.
Second thing, Charles.
But you're not as old as me, obviously.
Yeah, the
Michael Jackson, I don't think he was born when Mary Wells was out there.
Right. But you know what, Charles? The Broadmoor, Colorado Springs. I still tell my wife, I was there on a business trip in 1990. Unfortunately, my wife wasn't able to go. To this day, I tell her it was the most beautiful hotel in scene because it was in December and you had the snow. Because you know, Charles, you have the mountains in the backdrop.
Right.
And I didn't have to leave there. So, oh yeah, absolutely. When you mentioned that, so I have to call. And lastly, Charles, there's no such thing as smooth jazz. That's an oxymoron.
Really?
No, I thought that there was. that was a genre of music. Jazz and smooth jazz.
I don't fool with smooth jazz. But lastly, Charles, yeah, but I know people like it. But it was a fad. It went away. But the music that has remained and sustained is, like you said, more of the hard bop, Parker, skit.
I never got past it.
Train. Yeah, well, I didn't either. I want to get there. And last, Charles, Amy, and you were right. Vinyl came back. Yep. I have a large collection of vinyl. And Charles, you can still purchase a Techniques turntable. It's the best sound of music, particularly for jazz. So I'm about to sit back. And lastly, Charles, best thing, I don't understand when people would ask me, well, Ron, what are you going to do? This was 3 years ago and I retired. Some dude, what the hell I want to do? But I aqua exercise. I exercise like four times a week. Spend like 2 hours in the library. I can read all the newspapers for free. But so, I mean, yes, I don't get it. This is the best time of my life. So you all have a wonderful day. And Charles, it's always a pleasure.
That's good hearing from you, man.
Thanks, Ron, for the phone call. Love Ron. Did he listen to you when you were on VON?
Yeah, that's where I met him.
How long did you work at VON?
It was about a year and a half.
Right.
And I think what happened,
you did mornings.
Well, I did it with Mays Jackson.
Right.
I was sort of his, Mays and I did the show. And, but I think that I don't want to get in any trouble here.
Well, you don't have
but
to
I
get
just
in trouble.
think,
You can just
I think
tell
that
us.
I think my politics were a little different.
Oh, because they probably thought, black man reporter, mainstream
absolutely.
media.
I mean,
he's got to be a Democrat.
He's got to be a Democrat.
Maybe he's even a liberal. Wouldn't that be great if he's progressive?
And there was a certain Democrat politician who was spending a lot of money to basically
fund the station
by the content. And you can guess who that might have been. And I think that they didn't like the idea that I had contacts on all sides.
Right.
Would
they let you bring Republican politicians on?
No, I'm an independent.
All
okay, I am an independent who at this point in life is probably more MAGA than he is Republican. I mean, because I like that point of view. It's a common sense point of view that I share. But I would say that I probably voted 99% Democrat I called myself an independent, but I probably voted 99% Democrat.
Really?
I don't do that anymore.
I'm a recovering Democrat, too.
Yeah.
I used to. But there were certain Republicans I would vote for. I always voted for Judy Bartopinka. There's just certain, but then I voted for Dan for governor. I pulled a Republican primary that year,
Yeah,
I thought that he would be the best choice.
I didn't, but I realized I should have, and I realized he was the best candidate now.
But
I
if you think
understand
about
that now.
but if you think about what the Democrats have become, they're the party of violence. I mean, we didn't really talk about this, but that 17-year-old who killed his mom and stepfather, he did that to gain access to their funds so that he could assassinate Trump. Then you have the two assassination attempts. Those two were both Democrats. Governor Shapiro, we haven't talked about this guy. He was a progressive. He was a liberal. He was pro-Palestinian. And he even put in the warrant that he bombed his house or attacked him because he's pro-Jewish. And that he wants too many Jewish people to live. So that was a clear terrorist hate crime. But he's part of his own party. We've radicalized all these Democrats to think that they can just go up to a car and scratch it, or go up to a dealership and throw a Molotov cocktail in there. And not one Democrat anywhere is denouncing this, is saying, hey, you know what, let's put the brakes on this. We got your point, but you're eating your own. Because here in Chicago, most Democrats own Teslas.
Well, I know it's the Democrats who own the Teslas, but it's the whole radical left thing, whether it's, Democrat, we can certainly, they own they own the radical left.
Right.
But
I feel like they've encouraged them. They've encouraged and supported this bad behavior by being silent.
Yeah. It's like the guy who assassinated the United Healthcare CEO.
Oh, yeah. Luigi Maggiani, whatever.
He's from the left. He's a radical lefty.
Oh, yeah. And people are falling all over themselves donating money to him.
But doesn't it bothers me as a black American when they try to say to me that the biggest threat to this country socially is white supremacy.
Yeah.
When I see these people doing what they're doing, they are the threat to democracy, without a doubt. It's not white supremacy. It's this radical ideology.
Right.
That's the greatest threat. They are the violent ones. That's where the violence comes from.
And then you have hypocrisy. And we bring to you Letitia James, who yesterday was slapped with mortgage fraud. She has a house in New York, a 4-flat. She's a resident of New York because she's the attorney general there. So you have to be a resident of New York. But she wanted a home in Virginia, and she put that down as her primary residence. And on her mortgage application, she put down her father's name and address as her husband. That's not a mistake. She's not a dumb woman. I don't like her politically, but that's not in no way in the world would I, if I'm applying for a mortgage, put my dad's name down as my husband.
Does you know why she did it?
Ileana Omar is jealous right now because she married her brother. So that was immigration fraud, and now we're dealing with mortgage fraud.
But you know why she did it?
I don't. Please tell me.
Because she thought she could get away with it.
To get a lower rate from the lenders?
But she thought she could get away with it. Now, I understand that she gave her sister her power of attorney.
Mm-hmm.
So her sister was basically answering the questions on the application on behalf of Letitia.
That doesn't fly with me.
Well, it does. Of course it doesn't fly, and Letitia should know that because she is the Attorney General of the state of New York. So she...
Now, according to New York law, I think she should get fired today because if you do not live in state, you can get fired. You can lose your job. And if she put down Virginia as her primary residency, I think she should lose her job today. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. I mean, she campaigned on the fact that she was going to bring Trump down. She slapped him with bogus charges. I mean, think about it. There were no victims. There were no losses. And he has to fork over $400 million because he was found guilty of bogus real estate fraud charges, which is a joke because even the banks that he borrowed money from said they'd do business with him again because he paid back all the loans. So ironically, the same thing that she charged Trump for, she is now facing federally.
Essentially, yes.
Yes. And
which is lying on an application which is a federal crime.
And this is her yesterday. I mean, she's out of her mind.
My mission is clear. I'm focused. I'm prepared. I'm ready. I've been trained by the best. I went to Howard University that overturned legal segregation in this country. I've been taught in those classrooms where Thurgood Marshall once taught. I'm not afraid of no president. Donald Trump, we're ready for you. We're coming for you. We're standing up for you. We're fighting on. We're not going down silent. Victory, my friends, is clear. It's now. And I'm not waiting 4 years. I'm waiting 2 until a speaker by the name of Hakeem Jeffries comes to bring us some rest. Come on, ladies. It's up to us. We saved this democracy before. We'll save it now. Let's go.
She's ready. She's done.
She's done. Well, she wanted to run for governor. I don't think that's going to happen anymore.
Not gonna happen, no.
But what should happen? I mean, she's got to pay the price for this.
Yeah.
I mean, because she repeated and repeated and repeated. Nobody is above the law. And she sat there every day at his trial, got her little dressed up, makeup on, sat right by Trump to get on TV every day. She did not miss a day. Or I think maybe she missed one day.
Well,
she was there all the time.
That was her play. That was her play for governor or to replace Chucky Schumer.
Right.
Because they're all circling. The vultures are circling him now.
Yeah, because he's elderly
and he
gave in on the bill.
Gave in on the bill. So, I think AOC is raising money, and I'm sure Letitia had her eyes on that prize for a minute.
Not anymore, girlfriend.
Not anymore. She's done.
She got hers. I love it. Payback's the son of a gun. Art in Woodstock, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Hi, Art.
Good morning. Now we know exactly why Letitia was pushing so hard to take President Trump down, because she knew if he got back in power, she was screwed. This is great.
Yeah, I mean, but the thing is, too, she filed or filled out this mortgage application a month before his trial started. So they had already filed the charges. And she's screaming, nobody's above the law, thinking she's hot, what, walking around New York and D.C., being celebrated by the left. And she's a lying sack of what.
But these people think, they think that they're untouchable.
Yeah,
I mean, they actually thought that Kamala Harris could be the president of the United States.
Oh, I know.
They thought that. I mean, they were serious.
Kamala spoke the other day in California.
Courage is also contagious. Courage is also contagious.
Courage is what? Eh?
When one person, when a few stand with the courage, that is the courage exhibited by the leaders in this room every day, to stand, to have the courage.
Do you know that courage is contagious? There's a recent poll out, too, by the way, that not all Californians are excited about her being their next governor.
Oh, I think I don't think she has any shot at all.
Oh, you don't think so?
Not at this point, no.
Really?
No. She's damaged goods. I mean, I think she's damaged goods. And if you look at a map of California and how people voted in November, you'll see the middle of that state is just solid red. It's San Francisco and L.A. and the coastal areas that are blue. And that's where the population is.
Right.
But I think that not that they're going to vote, they're going to elect a Republican, but I think that whoever runs in California is going to have to swing toward the middle a bit more than Kamala. She's just got so much on her sheet, if you will, on her resume, that I just don't think it plays anymore.
Progressive princess.
Yeah.
And also, she's not good at her job.
Never had. What has she done?
What has she accomplished?
What has she ever accomplished? Exactly.
Except for driving us into. And she claims, too, that she didn't win the election, Charles, because she didn't have enough time to campaign. Uh-huh.
Oh, really?
Yeah. That's the reason why she went down.
Sign up for the AM 560 Answer Advantage to get early alerts on event ticket sales, special discounts, and contest opportunities. Sign up today at 560theanswer.com/advantage.
The fight against abortion in Illinois has never been more important than it is right now. Thanks to our elected officials, Illinois has become an abortion tourism destination. The number of abortions in our state continues to grow, despite the fact that crisis pregnancy centers outnumber abortion clinics almost 3-to-1. Now, thanks to a new effort by Caring Network, it's possible to reach abortion-minded women to provide peace of mind and security to help them choose life. This new Reach Her First initiative seeks to provide women with the assurance and information they need before they choose an abortion. But Caring Network needs your help to reach women who are considering abortion. For a one-time gift of just $150, you can help reach 5 women and help them choose life. That's all it takes to prevent an abortion. To make that gift, just go to 560theanswer.com/caring. That's 560theanswer.com/caring.
Take the journey of living a happy, successful, and meaningful life through God. Listen to It's Time with Dan Lights, Sunday mornings at 9 on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life.
Chicagoland certified financial planning professional Tim Stearns discusses taxes in retirement.
Most people are paying more in taxes and keeping less of their money to live and do what they enjoy. That's why we've put out the retirement tax bill calculator online. You can see with your own eyes just how much you might be overpaying. It's a valuable tool, $500 value, but we made it free for you to view and run your own numbers at mvpcfp.com. That's mvpcfp.com.
To run your retirement tax bill calculator, go to mvpcfp.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Cornerstone Securities, LLC.
Enjoy uninterrupted programming from Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson around the clock, all day, every day, including daily replays of Chicago's Morning Answer on Dan and Amy 24/7. Listen now at danandamy247.com. AM 560, The Answer.
All right, keep the text messages coming. It's 312-642-5600. We got a lot about smooth jazz and people's first 45. And their first, what was your first LP?
Oh, that's a good one. That
I know what mine was. Well, you're thinking Chicago.
Chicago?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I have to think on that
second
one.
album. Yeah.
First LP.
Yeah, the big dog, the big one.
I know the big one.
My second one was Grease. Had to get the Grease soundtrack. We wore that down to the bone. People would come over and we'd do Grease Lightning. It was so much fun back then. All right, it's now 6 a.m. WIND Chicago.
Push for the release of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, but was turned away by the country's vice president.
Democratic Senator Chris Van Hollen met with El Salvador's vice president to push for the release of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. Garcia's lawyers have repeatedly denied their client had any gang affiliation, but the Trump administration says otherwise. The mother of Rachel Morin, a Maryland mother of 5 who was killed by a fugitive from El Salvador, slammed Senator Van Hollen's trip. She said, "Why can he use my taxpayer money to fly to El Salvador to bring someone back that's not even an American citizen?" She also said, "Why does that person have more rights than my daughter or grandchildren?"
That's Fox's Christina Coleman. As we learn, Abrego Garcia's wife filed a protective order against him 4 years ago, but didn't move forward with the case. Separately, a federal judge, James Boasberg, announced that he found probable cause to hold members of the Trump administration in criminal contempt for defying his order to return planes full of suspected gang members.
U.S. District Judge James Boasberg says he has given Trump administration officials ample opportunity to explain their actions and that their responses have been unsatisfactory. He writes in this order, quote, "The court ultimately determines that the government's actions on that day demonstrate a willful disregard for its order, sufficient for the court to conclude that probable cause exists to find the government in criminal contempt." This is all over the administration's failure to return planes that left for El Salvador full of alleged gang members in mid-March. Boasberg says if the Justice Department refuses to answer his next questions, he will refer the matter for prosecution.
And that's Fox's Rich Edson. Meanwhile, last night, Trump criticized Another judge's decision blocking efforts to revoke legal status for thousands of migrants, writing they seem to hate Trump so much that anything goes. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning, 38 degrees in Chicago and AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in the Low T Center newsroom. Mainly sunny today, highs between 48 and 51. Fire crews battling a massive warehouse fire on the west side near Lake and Laverne this morning. That fire suspending the CTA Green Line in that area. Chicago fire on the scene. That building said to be empty. Again, major fire still being tackled. An abandoned building, Lake Street, east of 294. That's west of Laverne. New questions for TSA today on how a man boarding a flight at O'Hare with a gun. This happened just after 1 p.m. Tuesday. Had operations delayed about 40 minutes for travelers. Security scans picked up the image, but before TSA and Chicago PD could move in and confiscate, the man reached in, grabbed the bag, and headed for the gate. He eventually made it on board a United flight. That's when authorities deplaned and the man eventually arrested. A police source revealed the person is a concealed carry license holder, but charges still pending. City Council could take up a proposed earlier teen curfew after shootings during large gatherings have sparked debate. That proposal would ban teens and juveniles from being in the downtown Central Business District after 8 p.m., 2 hours earlier than the current law. That proposal gaining momentum after back-to-back shootings during teen gatherings in Streeterville last month. Second Ward Alderman Brian Hopkins plans to introduce that earlier curfew at today's meeting. A CTA employee facing felony weapons charges after a deadly shootout near the UIC Halsted stop in the Blue Line over the weekend. Chicago police said 24-year-old Luther Hopkins III charged with one felony count of unlawful use of a weapon in the shootout that killed 61-year-old John Flemister. After a scuffle and tension, he pulled out a gun and shot. He was arrested later. News is a service of Low T Center. Men over 40, not feeling like yourself lately? No energy or motivation? Low T Center's testosterone therapy is the solution. This April, the consultation is free. Treatment covered by most major insurance. Find a clinic near you or get treated from home and get back to feeling your best today. Book now at lowtcenter.com. A check of your roads coming up in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
Spring is in the air, and that means it's time to check the starting lineup. Leading off for AM 560 every morning at 5, it's Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson, followed at 9 by Mike Gallagher. Moving up in the lineup, it's Charlie Kirk, now heard at 11. Then at 2, it's 2 full hours of Hugh Hewitt, followed by Sean Thompson at 4, Seculo at 7, and rounding out the lineup, Larry Elder at 8. Top to bottom, the best lineup in Chicago radio is right here on AM 560. The Answer.
All of us need to be prepared to defend ourselves and our families, and we need to start with the less lethal option to avoid the legal complications associated with firearms. Byrna has their less lethal pistol launcher. It is equipped with tear gas and kinetic ammunition. It is designed to incapacitate any attacker for up to 40 minutes. Go to their website, byrna.com/Hannity. Right now, you'll get 10% off. Let me tell you this Byrna story. Bob was at home. An intruder physically forced his way inside. Now, luckily, Bob had just received his Byrna 4 days prior to this incident, and he used it to get the man outside and off of his property. Byrna, it's legal in all 50 states. There's no background check needed. It can be shipped directly to your door. Now, see the powerful technology that is Byrna. Go to their website, byrna.com/Hannity. Right now, you'll get 10% off. That's byrna.com/Hannity today.
If you're hiding your smile because of missing teeth, are experiencing pain due to incoming wisdom teeth or a misaligned jaw, Midland Oral Surgery and Implant Centers can change your life. Experts in the fields of oral and maxillofacial surgery, anesthesia, and dental implantology, the doctors at Midland Oral Surgery are committed to providing compassionate care in a calm and relaxing environment. Dental implants, bone grafting, removing wisdom teeth, surgical management of the hard and soft tissues of the facial region, including sedation dentistry, so you can improve your smile in a painless, pleasant, and stress-free manner. With state-of-the-art CT imaging equipment, Midland Oral Surgery and Implant Centers have unparalleled diagnostic and treatment capabilities, proudly serving Southwest Chicago and its suburbs for over 50 years. Make an appointment to discuss a pain-free solution for your smile. Locations in Frankfort, Tinley Park, Oak Lawn, and Western Springs. Learn more about the doctors and procedures at midlandoms.com. That's midlandoms.com.
Taking a peek at traffic from the Team Hochberg Traffic Center. All right, traffic stacking up now. The Kennedy inbound between Cumberland and Nagle Avenue, about a 5-minute delay there. Also about a 5-minute backup, Kennedy outbound between Ontario and North Avenue. Traffic building if you're Bishop Ford inbound between Cottage Grove and Dan Ryan. On the Dan Ryan Express lanes inbound between 35th and Stevenson. We're starting to see brake lights come alive there. On the Eisenhower, slow traffic inbound between Manheim and 25th. An accident blocking the right lane at I-94 eastbound at the exit 23 ramp reported by MDOT. On the Kennedy outbound between 90 and Manheim, about a 5-minute delay there. On the Stevenson inbound, hitting the brakes between Cicero and Pulaski Road. Also slow traffic building inbound Stevenson between Ashland and Dan Ryan Expressway. Traffic, a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Overpaying for dental implants is over. If you have a Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP, you could save 90% off on average to get your smile back. Learn more. Check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check of your forecast with the National Weather Service.
Cloudy skies and windy. Couple of afternoon showers. High today at 64. Windy and mild tonight. Overcast this evening. Shower and thunderstorm. Partly cloudy late tonight. Low 57. Clouds and breaks of sun. Afternoon, evening thunderstorm for tomorrow. The high tomorrow at 80. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Goldilocks, offering smart security systems to homes and businesses. Call Goldilocks at 708-889-5600.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Well, look who's a wife beater. Yes, I said it, a wife beater, not once, but allegedly twice. Good morning, Amy Jacobson here. Charles Thomas in for Dan Proft. You know his name because we can't stop talking about him. Kilmar Abrigo Garcia, El Salvadorian citizen, not a Maryland man, Maryland father that they keep labeling him. Well, looky here, his wife has been unveiled that she filed not one but two domestic violence protective orders against him. He allegedly assaulted her, punched her, scratched her. In the second incident, he ripped off her shirt and beat her. He's been in this country illegally since 2014, and he didn't enter through a port of entry, Charles, because they knew he'd be turned away because he is an MS-13 gang member. And by the way, it's tattooed on his hand. Okay. He was a got-away. So he was never vetted by the Biden administration. The left is painting him out to be this loving father of three. And we find out yesterday that he allegedly beats his wife. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Here's his wife pleading, help my husband get out of that El Salvadorian prison. Help.
I find myself pleading with the Trump administration and the Bukele administration to stop playing political games with the life of Kilmar. Our family is torn apart during this scary time.
Family torn apart. How much has the family made? Because, of course, there's a GoFundMe set up for her husband and her and the three children. And what kind of numbers are we looking at?
$208,000 apparently right now for Kilmar's family. And tell you, what can you say about that other than?
Well, it's the same thing with the kid who stabbed, the black kid who stabbed the white kid in the chest. He's got more than $500,000, and I heard that their family bought a new house with some of that money. And it goes on and on. Luigi, like they had to cut off because he raised so much money for his defense fund.
Who's actually sending money? Are these?
The left.
The left.
I don't think any Republicans or conservatives are sending these people any money.
To this Maryland man.
Well, he's not a Maryland man. He is from El Salvador. And yesterday, the Maryland Senator, Van Hollen, used taxpayer money to fly to El Salvador because he was trying to break him out of jail, bring him back to Maryland, even though he's from El Salvador.
Explain to me, how does he use taxpayer money to do that?
Well, he had to buy a flight and he didn't pay on his own dime. He used taxpayer money.
Campaign funds or something?
I don't know, but he used tax dollar money to fly to El Salvador. Wanted to meet with Bukele, the president of El Salvador. He said, "No, I don't talk to. I am talking to Trump and Trump only, unless Trump directs me to speak with you." So the vice president spoke with him. The Senator Van Hollen wanted to meet with Kilmar just to make sure, do a safety check, make sure he's okay. Request denied.
I understand he's going to meet with the vice president of El Salvador.
Yeah, he did, but nothing happened.
Of course not.
He didn't.
It is. I read or heard that he said he's not coming back unless he comes back with
Kilmer. Oh, okay. Well, stay down there and rot, and you should join him in prison. Here he is on his journey, his heroic journey to El Salvador.
This is about due process. This is about rule of law. What bullies do is they begin by picking on the most vulnerable.
I just landed at the airport in San Salvador a little while ago. I'm now en route into the city. The goal of my visit is to talk to people here about the release of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. I won't stop trying, and I can assure the president, the vice president, that I may be the first United States Senator to visit El Salvador on this issue, but there will be more, and there will be more members of Congress coming.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. More members of Congress. Guess who's coming down there?
Talk about
Senator Cory Booker.
Spartacus, as they call him.
Yeah, and he's not even a Maryland resident either. He's New Jersey
he's going
senator.
down?
That's what we've been told, that he and other House members are going to be going down to. Why the Democratic Party, once again, is standing on the wrong hill to die on.
Oh, my gosh.
I mean,
Isn't
he's
it
not
terrible?
been convicted of any crimes, but they know he's part of MS-13. And that gang, they traffic. I mean, Carolyn Levitt said it best yesterday.
MS-13 rapes innocent girls and women, runs sex trafficking operations, murders for sport, and terrorizes law-abiding people. That's why El Salvador President Bukele made it clear this week that he will not be releasing this MS-13 gang member from his prison. But that is not enough. All of that is not enough to stop the Democrat Party from their lies. The number one issue they are focused on right now is bringing back this illegal alien terrorist to America. But where are the Democrats applauding the fact that southern border crossings just hit a historic low? Where are the Democrats supporting our brave men and women of law enforcement who are putting their lives on the line every single day to arrest the violent illegal alien invaders that the previous administration allowed into our country? And where are the Democrats when innocent Americans are victimized by illegal criminals that Joe Biden let in? It's appalling and sad that Senator Van Hollen and the Democrats applauding his trip to El Salvador today are incapable of having any shred of common sense or empathy for their own constituents and our citizens. Nobody knows this more than the woman standing to my right, Patty Morin.
And Patty Morin yesterday, whose daughter was killed by an El Salvadorian from MS-13 gang member. She spoke at the lectern yesterday at the White House briefing room. And I got to tell you, it was really hard to hear, because she described what actually happened to her daughter, because up until this point, she could never discuss it because detectives never discussed with her what happened to her daughter. And here it is.
Victor Martinez, he waited for her. He waited for her to come closer. He saw her. He saw that there was nobody around. He attacked her. He dragged her 150 feet, blood gushing from her head. It left a 150-foot trail of her blood to the culverts, where he picked her up, he threw her against the wall of the tunnel, and he raped her. But before he did that, he stopped on that trail, and rocks, still stained with her blood, he used them to hammer her head against those rocks. They say at least 20 times they could count the cuts in her head. They said that when they did the autopsy, and I've seen the pictures, there's a 6-inch square in the back of her head where the skull is shattered the way that you would crush an eggshell in pieces.
After he bashed her head in, there's blood everywhere. Then he throws her against the wall, and then he rapes her, and then he raped her again. I mean, this is Satan. And these are preventable crimes. We didn't have to let this gangbanger in either. And they're in the same family. So here she is.
This person took my daughter so violently and so gruesomely and so graphically that they sealed the pictures, because I don't want my granddaughters to see these pictures. These are the kind of criminals President Trump wants to remove from our country. These are the kind of criminals that we need to remove from our country. We are American citizens. Why should we allow people like this, violent criminals that have no conscience at all, to murder our mothers, our sisters, our daughters? I don't understand why there's even any kind of problem with this. And it's not, if you're a mother here in the room, can you imagine standing there alive, you're alive, and someone comes and puts their hands into your chest and rips out your heart? That's what it feels like. It feels like a part of you is being ripped out of you. You can't even describe the pain. Just like you can't describe to your husband what it feels like to carry a baby in your womb.
So true.
Or to feel those first kicks. Or to know just intuitively if it's a boy or a girl. It's only a thing that a mother knows. Why are we not protecting the American citizens?
And she had a message for Senator Von Hollen, who's using her taxpayer dollars to get an MS-13 gang member out of prison to bring him back to Maryland. What a slap in the face. I mean, the senator, I'd like to think that he didn't think this thing through, but he did.
And to have a senator from Maryland who didn't even acknowledge or barely acknowledged my daughter and the brutal death that she endured, leaving her 5 children without a mother and now a grandbaby without a grandmother, so that he can use my taxpayer money to fly to El Salvador to bring back someone that's not even an American citizen. Why does that person have more right than I do, or my daughter, or my grandchildren? I don't understand this. Thank you.
And then when she was walking out, the press corps was stunned. They couldn't even ask her a question.
Any questions for Patty or for me?
You and I would have asked.
No? I have a question. No. Anybody? Okay. We'll see you all later. The president will be at his dinner later this evening. Thank you. Thank you for being here this morning. We really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. So sorry for your loss.
Thank you. Please tell the truth.
Please tell the truth.
Tell the truth.
Yeah.
Tell how violent it really is. This is about protecting our children. It's more than just politics or votes or just anything. It's about national security, protecting Americans, protecting our children. Thank you. And thank you for listening. Thank you for being here.
I've never seen anything like that.
You know, the graphic description of what happened, the crime itself, that's the kind of thing that was happening daily
I know.
in El Salvador until they cracked down and opened this prison and started putting these people away. Now
he would come in and confiscate 300 gang members at a time in El Salvador.
Right.
I mean, he didn't care about due process. You're tattooed on your face. You've made a commitment to that gang. You're tattooed MS-13 on your hand. You've made a commitment to that gang, and you practice in human trafficking and whatever else they were doing.
But these people in El Salvador, the leftover gang members, the ones, they escaped the country. So where did they go?
They came to America.
They came to America because Biden opened the doors.
And they weren't vetting anybody.
They weren't vetting.
I mean, do you look back to that video of December where there was 10,000 plus? And I used to live in El Paso, and I can't even imagine. Because people are always like, well, why can't they stay in Texas? Like, did you wake up your damn ignorant eyes? Go to Eagle Pass. That's a town of 20,000 people. You think they could handle 10 million people? You idiots. El Paso can't handle that. I mean, I know what the numbers used to be on a daily basis. There were, maybe at the most 50 back then, maybe, but then they deport them back. And so they can't handle, so they had to go to other parts of the country.
Let's talk about media coverage, just 30 seconds.
Uh-huh.
Yesterday, the Sun-Times ran a story about a Venezuelan guy who was deported to Salvador.
Right. A lot of Venezuelans were taken.
And they call him, here's the headline.
What?
Family of Chicago man sent to El Salvadoran prison.
Chicago man. Just like he's a Maryland man. No, he's a Venezuelan who was living illegally in Chicago.
For 2 years. Only 2 years.
But that's what the mainstream media does.
The mainstream media does. This is
They label
outrageous.
people with the way to fit their
Sun-Times?
narrative.
Who's the editor of the Sun-Times these
probably
days?
A child.
How can you put that? How can you write that? This guy's not from Chicago. He's from Venezuela.
Phil in Norridge, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Hi, Phil.
Good morning. We're selling $300 million a week worth of heroin for 45 years. These Democrats don't care about any of you or her daughter. They want the drug money. It flows in this country like a lifeblood line. And people OD and shoot each other. 100 shootings, 100 deaths a day in this city. When they report these, like, oh, there was 14 shootings yesterday. Those are the people who died. I know cops in districts that say, hey, we got twice that just in our district. This goes on every day, and it's been going on for 45 years. And they don't care. They're all communists. Communists sell you shortages and sell you drugs. That's it. They don't care.
Thanks, Phil. Thanks, Phil, for the phone call. Let's go to Mike in Union. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Hi, Mike.
Hey, good morning. Hey, the reason Van Hollen doesn't represent the people in Maryland, they all operate in a vacuum. Secondly, the president of El Salvador should be thanked by the senator for not encountering any MS-13 people on the street like his constituents in Maryland have to. It's a joke. Thanks, guys.
Thanks. And I really think Patty Morin should run for senator of Maryland. Why not?
I can't believe that the people of Maryland will send this guy Van Hollen back to office, but we live in Illinois and we see the same thing happening here. There's a total disconnect between what the Democrat Party is doing these days and what the American people want these days. Total disconnect.
Here's Tom in Blue Island. Hi, Tom. Good morning. How are you?
Hi, Amy. Good morning, Amy. Good morning, Charles.
Good morning.
So I want to just disagree slightly with you guys and disagree with what Mike from Union just said. These politicians don't act extemporaneously. They won't get a ham sandwich instead of an egg salad sandwich without doing a focus group. This isn't some one-off by this Chris Holland guy. He'll get reelected, and he'll get reelected easily, and that's what's so terrible about this, I think, you guys.
I mean, Democrats would rather fly across the world to bring back a deported, illegal, alien MS-13 terrorist than secure our border or even meet with Patty Morin. He never even met with her. He mentioned her one or two times, but he never even met with this mom whose daughter was brutally killed. It's a preventable crime.
Yeah, but you know what he was saying about this guy being reelected and all these Democrats that do these things being reelected. I don't know. I'm holding out hope that I haven't given up.
Well, you want somebody to wake up somewhere, and this could be that wake-up call in Maryland.
This could be the wake-up call.
Tim in Woodstock, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning, Amy. Good morning, Charles.
Good morning.
To me, good morning. To me, what the Senator Holland is doing, it really borders on the criminal. I think he should be called upon to pay back every penny that he spent to do this. And I don't know if any kind of charges can be brought against him for fighting what Donald Trump is rightfully trying to do. But my point was that the left as a group, and really the Democrats nowadays, it seems to me they're sort of a group. As a group, they're like women who write, these love letters to brutal criminals in prison. There just seems to be
a whole different subculture. Yeah.
There seems to be a sick attraction to the evil. It's like when you're in high school and there's some kids that are doing bad stuff, and they're kind of the cool guys for a while, and you kind of think, oh, those guys are really kind of cool in a way or something, but you grow out of that. You come to your senses, and to me, the left never grows out of that. They seem to be attracted to people like this and trying to defend them. And I just wonder, maybe Charles has an idea of what. There's actually a psychological term for it. It's a real thing that people really are attracted to. There's a criminal attraction.
Yeah, it's called crazy.
To people like that. So
thanks, Tim. Appreciate it. I mean, that's why Luigi Mangione had to tell ladies, stop sending me pictures, because they didn't have enough space for all the mail that he was getting. This is so sick.
This is the guy who shot the guy in the back.
Yes.
Yeah. Real hero.
I know. Why don't we always say his name and we don't say the victim's name? Joe in Arlington Heights, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for taking my call, Amy. Hello, Charles. I'm a huge fan.
Thank you.
Just to answer the question, Charles, you said, why would the press write such things and why these people are sick that are committing these crimes? I'll just quote Romans 1, verse 28 from the Revised Standard Version. And since they did not see fit to acknowledge God gave them up to a debased mind and to things that should not be, and to do things that should not be done.
All right.
Well, they certainly are godless.
Thank you, Joe.
Without a doubt.
You're welcome.
Jordan in Antioch, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer. Hi, Jordan.
Hi, Amy. Good morning, Charles.
Good morning.
I don't understand how difficult it is. Surely this noble and forthright congressman from Maryland can produce this man's immigration and legalization documents, right, to show that he's a citizen, a true family man of Maryland. Surely the press, with all their access and all their connections, can provide some sort of paper trail showing how he came here and did the right thing and just worked and tried to become a citizen and became a United States citizen, as I hear the press. I mean, surely somebody out there, his wife reading the script, trying to audition for her T-shirt pictures and her GoFundMe, surely she has somewhere the documents showing that her lovely father of three husband, hardworking Marylander, surely she has the documents showing he's a citizen of this country, right? No.
All she has is an order of protection against him because he beat her in 2021, not once but twice. And she's still up there pimping herself to get money for her family.
Sure, and she wants him back to get the money, his part of that cut that the government gives. I hope this congressman, and I hope he's right. I hope several congressmen fly to El Salvador on the taxpayer dole to try to defend illegal immigrants and try to bring them back here. And I hope they publicize it, and I hope they make a stand and continue to show us exactly who they care about, not their constituents, not the American people. I just hope they continue. Keep showing us exactly who you are. Thank you, guys.
Thanks, Jordan, for the phone call.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
You need a construction company, but who?
Call Crosscom.
A construction company you can trust that shares your Christian and conservative values. For decades, Crosscom has been doing work in Chicagoland, Northwest Indiana, and Wisconsin. Roofs, siding, windows, doors, gutters, basically everything for your home or business, even solar. Quality work and professional services that make you feel great about your decision to work with Crosscom.
Call Crosscom.
630-871-5500. Give them a chance to earn your business. If your repairs are due to storm, fire, or flood damage, you need to
call Crosscom.
They're licensed public adjusters. They work for you, not the insurance company. Crosscom will work to get you the money you deserve, the maximum payout. They know the insurance companies and how to deal with them. They win for you.
Call Crosscom.
Crosscom Construction and Public Adjusters.
This is Dan Lights with Crosscom.
You can trust us with your home or business for high-quality work and fair prices. It's the only way we do business.
630-871-5500. CrossComPublicAdjusters.com.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, April 26th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, we're going to take a deep breath. We're going to stop talking about tariffs and about immigration. How you can help veterans, we'll explain. But now let's head into that newsroom. Here is John Cruz.
Thank you so much. Good morning. It's 43 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in the AlmostFreeTeeth.com newsroom. Nice start to the day. High of 61. Chance of storms tonight. A vigil last night for the Morgan Park High School student killed in a shooting Tuesday night. Police say Winfield shot by an unknown suspect. His girlfriend drove him to a hospital where he later died. HHS Secretary Robert Kennedy Jr. facing criticism over his latest comments on autism. The new report from the CDC showing 1 in every 31 American children is being diagnosed with autism. Kennedy declaring autism is preventable. Ford dealers told unless the tariff policy changes, expect the price of vehicles to rise. The automaker offering deep discounts this month, but the memo is clear that any vehicle produced from May on will see price increases. And a family escapes a late-night house fire. It may be due to a gamer's quick action. A man playing video games on West 5th Avenue noticed a fire on the stove and alerted the family. Everybody made it out safely. News and service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Overpaying for dental implants is over. If you have Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP, you could save 90% off on average to get your smile back. Learn more and check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. We're checking traffic in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
For nearly a decade, AM 560 has marked the start of summer with a night of cigar smoking and great conversation. And this year, we've expanded Cigar Night to 2 nights. Wednesday, May 21st at Gobert's Farm in Pingree Grove, and Thursday, May 22nd at Gaelic Park in Oak Forest, featuring the great Larry Elder, along with AM 560's Dan Proft and Sean Thompson. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/cigar. That's 560theanswer.com/cigar. Sponsored by Air Right Heating and Cooling.
I think one of the things that patients don't realize is that when they get a joint replacement, that's not a lifetime treatment option. And they're probably, if they are a younger patient, signing up for multiple surgeries down the road.
As a physician and medical director for QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli's seen a pattern of trending joint pain. Prolonged medication, steroids, then surgery, possibly another surgery.
So a lot of our patients are trying to avoid or put off surgery, and this is the treatment that can help them do that.
QC Kinetics extracts your body's healing substances, concentrates them back into your aching joints to help heal and restore those areas, providing lasting relief.
Oh, I love being able to tell my patients, before we do this surgery, let's try another option. Let's see if this is right for you, because now they might not have to have surgery at all.
Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Hey there. We are MS Consulting Services, old school IT consulting with cutting edge results. We're a firm that is genuinely excited and proud to serve our clients. We entered the business world nearly 30 years ago and have since shared our expertise with clients nationwide. We specialize in system administration for legacy operating systems like OpenVMS and Unix, providing continuity assurance for your staff and systems. Our focus on personal connections helps establish lasting relationships, offering a deeper sense of fulfillment, all while maintaining a stable IT infrastructure. Seem like a nice change of pace? Check us out. You will know what we're all about after just one call. Give us a ring at 1-800-MIT-0404 or visit mscsinc.com. Again, that's 1-800-MIT-0404 or visit mscsinc.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6745. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. There is zero risk to you. If we can't reduce your tax debt, then you pay nothing. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have a 5-star rating on Google and Yelp and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-6745. That's 800-575-6745. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Give your liver the support it needs with Active Liver. Go to NORDICUSA.com, Amazon, or ask for Active Liver at your local CVS. New you, new Nordic.
From the Team Hochberg Traffic Center, traffic building now the Kennedy outbound between 90 and Mannheim. About a 5-minute delay if you're Kennedy outbound as well between Ontario and Armitage Avenue. All right, Eisenhower inbound traffic stacking between Wolf Road and 25th Avenue. Also delays on the railways. A regular train service right now on the Metra BNSF Railway inbound to Union Station, so plan ahead there. Slow traffic on the Bishop Ford inbound between Cottage Grove and Dan Ryan. On the Dan Ryan express lanes inbound between 31st and Stevenson, traffic building there. Brake lights are coming alive on the Kennedy outbound between Canfield and I-190. On the Stevenson inbound, watch for slow traffic building between Central and Pulaski Road. Traffic looking good on the Tri-State Tollway, also looking fine on the Dan Ryan local lanes inbound between 35th and Roosevelt. This report sponsored by True Green. We're back in the Miller's Yard, who now use True Green. The lawn started looking like a golf course, and PGA Tour golfers made it their favorite stop. Get a PGA Tour quality lawn for as little as $1 a day at TrueGreen.com. Exclusions apply. See TrueGreen.com for details. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Clouds and windy today. Couple of afternoon showers, high 64. Shower and thunderstorm, then partly cloudy late tonight, low 57. Breezy and warmer. Clouds and sun, afternoon, evening thunderstorm for tomorrow. The high tomorrow at 80. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Forever Remodeling. Stress-free and high-quality remodeling. View their stunning transformations online at the number 4everremodeling.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
Good Thursday morning. Welcome back to Chicago's Morning Answer. Amy Jacobson here, Charles Thomas in for Dan Proft. And Dan Proft will be back. I know a lot of you are texting in because Mike Scott's no longer here, which still breaks my heart on a daily basis. But no, Dan Proft is coming back. He's just taking some time off. I do believe his birthday is... What is Dan's birthday this weekend? Anybody know? It's April 20th or 21st. I can't remember. But he's 50-something. Because it gets that way, right, Charles? When you're in your 50s, you're 50-something. It doesn't matter.
You asking me?
Yeah, but I can't believe you're...
Hey, from me, 50s? How am I supposed to remember that? That was a long time ago.
I can't believe you are... Are you really in your 70s?
Yeah.
Well, how old are you? Oh, I'm not supposed to ask.
I don't care. I mean,
Is that bad? Does this dress make me look fat? No.
I was born in 1951.
Okay.
Is that an indirect answer?
Yeah, I don't want to. That's Common Core math we're doing here. I don't know about that.
Core, yeah, this is Common Core State or whatever it is.
Oh, well, thanks. And you look great. And if you're 70, that's the new 50. So.
I'm still walking around. And
hey, you got up today.
Hey, praise God.
And you feel good, and you're going to Bible study twice a week.
Yes.
You're doing the Lord's work.
Trying to be the best I can be.
I know. We're all flawed, but we're trying.
We're flesh. Though.
Yes.
You know, I understand that.
And helping those who've helped us. I don't know if you know this, but a staggering 1 in every 5 of our nation's 16.2 million veterans are currently facing food insecurities. And there's an organization here in Illinois called Farm to Veteran who's on a mission to help. And with that, let's welcome to the program Michelle Keller. She is with Farm to Veterans. She's the director of that, and she is joining us on our Turnkey.pro answer line. Good morning, Michelle. How are you?
Good morning.
Good. So tell us how Farm to Veterans started, because it's located here in Mantown, Illinois, or Manhattan,
Illinois.
Yes, Manhattan.
Yeah. So we're in the far south suburbs of Chicago. It started out in 2020. We were a for-profit farm at that time, and our founder and CEO decided if he could ever do something for veterans, he would. So we transitioned from a for-profit entity to a 501c3 in 2020 and started donating everything we produced on the farm to veterans in need. So think everything from eggs to pork to beef, even produce. We started out our first year, 11,000 meals given to veterans in the local communities through partner veteran organizations. And from that time to now, last year we did 183,000 meals in 9 states.
How many acres do you own? How big is the farm?
So the farm in Manhattan only has 60 acres, but we've now also partnered with farmers, small to mid-sized farmers across the nation to pay fair market value for their goods to be able to donate in other states as well.
And how do you get it from, farm to table? You see those new restaurants popping up all the time, but how do you, with the produce that you grow, the meat, the eggs, how do you get that to the veterans in need?
So we're a little unique. We work with partner veteran organizations, local veterans assistance commissions, even some VAs, some veteran homes that house veterans that are in need, make sure that it gets to them, and then they distribute on our behalf because we don't ever want to turn someone away. So they have the capabilities of making sure that they do have veteran status, that they are in need, and, they are the correct people that are trying to get the donations.
Now, what's the reaction to some of the veterans who you're feeding? How appreciative are they?
We've heard everything from, oh my goodness, I've never had such great quality food. Everything that we grow is basically better than organic. Some of the beef that we have is actually Wagyu, American Wagyu.
Really?
Yeah, so it's things that they would never normally be able to get. And so, I've even had a Vietnam-era veteran tell me, I've never really been able to cook before for myself. And so he had to actually learn how to make eggs. He's like, I never knew how to cook an egg prior to getting the donations from you guys, because he went from a teenager from his parents' house to then into the military. Then he was married, and then he's recently widowed. So it's now he didn't know how to cook an egg and he had to learn for himself. So he said, not only did I get fresh food from you guys, but I also learned a new skill.
Michelle, this is Charles asking a question. Is food insecurity among veterans any greater than it is in the general society?
When you look at the population of the number of veterans and the staggering statistic that 1 in 5 are facing insecurity, it is a little bit higher for that veteran population than the average population.
And why is that?
There hasn't been that many studies that I'm fully aware of. However, I've noticed in just talking with folks is that the veteran community is a very proud community, and they tend to not ask for help when they need it. And coming back with struggles with PTSD, mental health issues, and just the transition from military life to civilian life is tough for some of these folks. But and it gets to the point where they don't ask for help until it's too late.
But also, too, they weren't celebrated. People come back from serving overseas in the National Guard, and their parents are there waiting for them, and there's parades sometimes in smaller towns, or they hang their picture, on a street light underneath, on the post there. They weren't celebrated back then, and I don't know why. You were around for that, right, Charles? Is that,
Well, I can remember the 70s. Clearly,
Yeah.
they weren't celebrated.
Why? I just don't understand why
we
didn't.
Because
we turned our backs on them.
Well, the war was very controversial at the time, and I think a lot of people who were anti-war
took it out on them.
They took it out on these guys, and the guys let it happen, because a lot of the people that went to Vietnam in particular, they were opposed to the war. They didn't want to be there at all. They didn't understand why they were there, and I think it took on a life of its own, this whole anti-military thing.
And it's so hard because I keep talking about these encampments that are on Lakeshore Drive, and I know 2 of them are Vietnam veterans, and they will not budge. Like, they have a flag in front of their tent, but they will not budge at all. At least they're getting food. People are bringing them food, but it's so hard. And so what are you asking for? Because you need help to sustain this farm, correct?
We need help to continue our mission and to grow. We're getting a lot of folks that are telling us we need more. With a lot of grant funding being halted in some other areas, we are not federally funded at all. So they're coming to us and saying, hey, can we get more? Whether it's more frequency, more meals, more food. So in order to sustain that growth, we do need help to make that happen. Basically, $5 provides a meal to a veteran in need. It's a little higher than some of the food pantries because our stuff is not shelf stable. Everything is perishable. We do provide refrigerators and freezers to those organizations that need it to be able to house our donations. So we do have our website where you can donate. It's farm2veteran.com. Pretty easy. But yes, $5 provides a meal to a veteran in need.
And how many meals have you served to date since your mission began?
Since we started, we are just shy of 400,000.
Wow. Okay.
We will hit 400,000, I believe, by the end of this month.
And Farm to Veteran, people should know it's not just here in Illinois. What other veterans and other states are you helping?
So we are actually in 9 states now. We're in Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Iowa, Colorado, Washington State, Texas, and Florida.
Wow. Okay. And how long have you been the director there?
I've been there since the beginning.
Oh, really? So who you can't say names of who great American patriot donated the land or turned his farm into Farm to Veterans?
No, our founder's name is Kevin Van Eckeren.
Okay.
He's a serial entrepreneur, and this was one of his projects.
God bless him. Do you help any other homeless shelters in the area, or you just focus on the veterans, which is enough? We just focus on the veterans. That was our mission. Just basically from conversations that we've had, that was the population that we wanted to focus on. We wanted to give back to folks that did so much for us. Okay. Michelle Keller, Senior Director of Farm to Veteran. If you would like to help out, just $5 provides a nutritious meal to a veteran in need. You can go to farm2veteran.com. Correct? That's farm2veteran.com. And Michelle, thank you so much. And she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
The more you listen, the more you'll know. This is Chicago's Morning Answer. Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank. It's a bank that cares about your business and is invested in your success. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Chris Johnson, CEO of Classic Cinemas and proud customer of Signature Bank. We are a local family-owned business that is known for free refills on all sizes of popcorn, soft drinks, and ices. With over 9,000 heated recliners in 16 locations, we marry the traditions of the past with today's state-of-the-art technology. Throw in a 30-minute guarantee and an after-movie mint, and you have the perfect night out. As we strive to make every guest our priority, Signature Bank does the same with their customers. The team at Signature Bank is interested in taking my company forward. They have all the resources and solutions of the big banks, but they customize their offerings to meet my business needs. The customer always comes first with Signature Bank.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Let Signature Bank turn your business vision into reality. Visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
All right, listen up. Spring is going to be here. It's actually going to be warm tomorrow. I promise. Let's see. The weather forecast says it's going to be near 80 degrees. That's great. So if you're still sitting at home on your couch complaining of chronic pain in your hips, knees, back, shoulder, elbows, don't be a couch potato. Get out there and get your life back and call our good friends at QC Kinetics. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and the medical pros at QC Kinetics here in Chicago are on the case and focused to finally get you the relief that you need so you can do the things that you love. They've already treated tens of thousands of patients around the country with regenerative treatments. Yes, that's what it's called. They help calm debilitating joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, and back. With QC Kinetics, the science is solid, folks. They do give you your life back without surgery, without drugs, without any downtime. Live a healthier life free of harmful meds. So if you're curious if you're a candidate for these treatments, no problem. The consultation is free, nothing to lose, with appointments on Saturdays. Call now and find out how easy it is to get back to enjoying life without chronic joint pain. Now's the best time to get started. Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955, QC Kinetics. Hi, Amy Jacobson here. With the crime we're seeing in Illinois, I know how important it is to keep my home and my family safe. That's why I chose Goldilocks for my home security. One of their awesome technicians just came over and gave me a free assessment of my home. They found vulnerabilities that intruders typically look for and created a personalized plan for me. Goldilocks offers state-of-the-art smart home security systems with HD cameras, motion detectors, smart locks, mobile notifications. As you know, crime in Illinois is out of control, and I'll sleep easier knowing that Goldilocks has my back. They even offer commercial security systems for any size business. Tell them Amy Jacobson sent you, and Goldilocks will include 3 months of monitoring for free with any new install. Call Goldilocks today at 708-889-5600. That's 708-889-5600. Or visit them online at GoldilocksInc.com. That's GoldilocksInc.com.
Are you an administrator, staff member, or parent volunteer at a private school? Would you like to grow your current enrollment and welcome new families to your school? If so, we want to tell you about a great opportunity to help increase enrollment and promote your school to families all across Chicagoland. It's called ChicagolandSchoolVouchers.com. They work to connect private schools with new families who are looking for discounted first-year tuition. In exchange, your school will receive a marketing campaign to help grow your enrollment. Chicagoland School Vouchers does all the work to bring new families together with your school and help you expand your reach. They've been working with schools across Chicagoland for over a decade as the demand for school choice grows here in Illinois. Your private school needs to take advantage of this program. To learn more, just visit ChicagolandSchoolVouchers.com. That's ChicagolandSchoolVouchers.com.
The following is not an actor, but a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
I'm Claire from Trinity Debt Management. I'm a counselor, and the reason that I love working for Trinity is because I get to help folks with one of the hardest problems a family can face, and that's financial difficulties. In this day and age, everything is going up. You have higher utilities, higher grocery bills, higher fuel, and those credit card interest rates have gone up as well. We can help you with that. We can help you get lower interest rates, lower monthly payments. In just a few minutes, we put together a plan that gets you out of debt and keeps you out of debt. I love my job. It's a great program and a very smart way to find debt relief.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
I'm Claire, a Trinity counselor. Call me and become debt-free for keeps.
1-800-990-6976.
Welcome back to Ask Hasselus.
What makes Hasselus mattress different?
Aside from employee-free showrooms, free next-day delivery, and prices that are way too low?
Yeah, besides that.
Hasselus Mattress is locally owned and managed by the same family.
So,
your money stays right here. And through Monday, you'll get a $248 credit towards a new Beautyrest, Sealy Posturepedic, and Serta Perfect Sleeper just for shopping local.
Thanks.
For what?
For being different.
Find an employee-free Chicagoland showroom near you at Hasselus.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, Charles Thomas. Do you watch Bill Burr, the comedian?
Oh, yeah.
So he's got a new special out on Hulu called Drop Dead Years, where he explains that men usually drop dead between the ages of 49 and 61. Sometimes he says while manscaping in the upstairs bathroom or while listening to AC/DC. So it's, he's flamboyant. He's Bill Burr, but he was on the red carpet at the Kennedy Center, and people started asking him about politics because he was in Washington, D.C., and he's a bit of a hot mess when it comes to, his political views. And here he goes.
Tell us about your reaction to Luigi Mangione. I was reading up, that perhaps you've been supportive of what he did. What is your take on that?
If you were reading up, I don't think you read up on it. Because I said what I felt about it, and I said what a lot of people said.
Some people took it that way. So could you clarify what you think? No,
I'm not going to just have some controversial moment so you can get clicks. I'm not doing that. I'm here for Conan. I'm not doing all of this. What are you going to bring up next? The Middle East? I went to summer school 3 out of 4 years in high school. I'm not qualified to talk about this.
Oh man, that's.
Because people they seek comedians' advice and counsel on issues.
I know.
Political and cultural. And sometimes just let a comedian be funny. Let them make us laugh.
It's not just the comedians, though. In fact, I last night, I think I saw George Clooney on the news talking about Biden and all this.
Well, because he wrote the op-ed in the New York Times saying that he's not mentally fit for office.
But why? Why does the New York Times even give this guy a platform? I mean, what does he know? He's a billionaire actor.
Well, all right, so here's more Billboard, because then they didn't stop asking him the political questions and about peace in the Middle East.
You said about Elon that he was ruining Earth, I saw on The View. You're critical of him. What do you think of all the boycotts, like even the violence
I don't watch the news. I don't watch the news. I have no idea what's going on. I watch Instagram. I watch people wipe out on motorcycles. I watch lions and hyenas fight each other. This is the things that I do. And I don't think you should be asking a comedian. You're a journalist.
Comedians are on top of current events.
No. That's weak. That's you guys passing the buck. You guys need to have balls again, which you don't. You guys always goes, should we be thinking this? Duh. You guys present stuff like that. You guys used to have balls. You need to get your balls back. And it's not my job. I am a dancing clown.
When you were working the street,
you need to get your balls back. Yes, sir.
When you were working the street,
as a reporter, you make it sound like I'm some.
Yeah, okay, sorry about that.
I don't work.
That didn't sound right. Yeah, when you were a reporter,
thank you.
Did you ever go up and ask a comedian about world affairs, national affairs, public policy? No. First of all, I probably wouldn't approach a comedian.
Comedians are weird. I have to tell you, they're not normal people. I mean, sorry, but they're different. Like, you've ever met Stephen Colbert? Not that he's a comedian anymore. Now he's a left-wing hack, and he uses his show to promote his agenda. He's weird.
Very weird.
And I've had to interview comedians, in smaller markets, because somebody's coming to Zanies or an offshoot of Zanies in El Paso. So then you go and interview them, and there's something strange about the comedian. I don't know. Have you ever interviewed one?
Not about anything.
No, I know, but even at all, in general, about their upcoming show, or it's very hard nut to crack. They're either in character or they're not, and maybe sometimes you just want them to stay in character.
I can remember speaking to Richard Pryor.
Oh.
I was a reporter.
Was he cool?
Yeah, but we didn't talk about national affairs.
No, because you kept it.
I just let him crack his jokes, and it was in Kansas City, and you were in Kansas City, and what brings you to Kansas City,
exactly.
Rich?
What restaurants are you going to go to?
Yeah, it was a promotional thing.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, a cast of clowns in D.C. We'll begin there with Dustin Gage. Today, showers in the afternoon, a high of 64. It's 7 a.m., WIND, Chicago.
No one is perfect. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. But Kilmar Abrego Garcia's wife, Jennifer, says he's not dangerous, not in a gang, and doesn't belong in prison in El Salvador. Fox's Griff Jenkins reports.
Newly surfaced court records show Abrego Garcia's wife filed domestic violence allegations against her husband. However, she's now telling Newsweek, quote, after surviving domestic violence in a previous relationship, I acted out of caution after a disagreement with Kilmar by seeking a civil protective order in case things escalated. Things did not escalate, and I decided not to follow through.
Meantime, the mother of a woman murdered by another immigrant from El Salvador in Maryland met with President Trump at the White House.
Hattie Morin shared graphic and heartbreaking details about the deadly attack.
He used them to hammer her head against those rocks. They say at least 20 times.
Morin spoke from the White House press room. A migrant from El Salvador was convicted of the rape and murder of 37-year-old Rachel Morin, a mother of 5. The Trump administration has pointed to that crime to bolster its deportation case against Kilmar Abrego Garcia.
That's Fox's Jared Halpern. At the White House today, Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni.
She's the first European leader to sit down face-to-face with the president since he implemented and then paused 20% tariffs on European exports. And they do really share a good relationship. So today she's going to be working to preserve that while also seeing if she can sway Trump on a zero-for-zero tariff deal that the European Union is seeking. The Wall Street Journal writes this: Meloni's broader goal is to keep the U.S. firmly anchored to Europe, positioning herself as a potential bridge between Western allies. As the rhetoric from Washington turned increasingly antagonistic, the Italian premier has tried to keep the continent in Trump's good graces, urging her European colleagues to avoid confrontation.
Fox's Alexandria Hoff. The Trump administration is threatening to stop Harvard University from enrolling foreign students unless it turns over visa holders' disciplinary records. America's listening to Fox News.
Good morning, 45 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in the AlmostFreeTeeth.com newsroom. A nice start to your day, high of 61, chance of storms rolling in tonight. Deputies investigating after a body found during a house fire extinguished Wednesday in the south suburbs. The fire broke out at a home in the 500 block of Pontiac Street in Joliet Township. Firefighters responded and found the home fully engulfed in flames around 4:30 in the afternoon. While investigating, first responders found a person's body on the first floor of the home. Their name and age have not been released. A person of interest in custody with a court date for an attack last November against 2 Jewish students at DePaul University. Max Long and Michael Kaminsky were outside the student center when they were attacked by 2 men wearing black face masks. The incident being investigated as a hate crime. Adam Kirkin identified as one of the 2 suspects facing charges and has that court date today. The university has condemned the attack. An Illinois state trooper recovering after being hit by another driver Wednesday afternoon. It happened just before 5 p.m. The trooper driving south on Wentworth Avenue near 51st Street, right near the area headquarters, when a red Ford sedan ran a red light and hit his squad car on the passenger side. His condition is not known. A search continues in Wisconsin Dells for a missing 20-year-old boater from Chicago who was last seen about 2 weeks ago. Police said Francesco DeFilippo of Chicago had gone missing April 3rd while boating in the Wisconsin River with a 75-year-old man. High water levels making that search more difficult. And a 13-year-old in serious condition after being shot Wednesday night in the backside riding the CTA Red Line near the Garfield station. The shooting happened around 8:30. According to police, multiple shots fired. The boy sent to Comer Children's Hospital. No arrests have been made as Chicago police continue investigating. News, a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. What if you could save on average 90% for dental implants and get 100% of your smile back with a Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP? It's possible. Check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. We're checking traffic in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
When you need to talk about what's happening today,
hey, can I talk to you for a second?
There's one place you can come to. The Sean Thompson Show.
Do it! Do it, I dare you. Do it!
Get in the conversation.
Everybody talks about that show. Sounds great, doesn't it?
Weekdays starting at 4.
This is easy.
I like his honesty and his frankness. Every day I listen to him, I learn.
He says what's on his mind. He's real.
Best person out there to listen to. We're combating people who prefer the lie.
He's Sean Thompson, only on AM 560. The Answer.
All of us need to be prepared to defend ourselves and our families, and we need to start with the less lethal option to avoid the legal complications associated with firearms. Byrna has their less lethal pistol launcher. It is equipped with tear gas and kinetic ammunition. It is designed to incapacitate any attacker for up to 40 minutes. Go to their website, byrna.com/Hannity. Right now, you'll get 10% off. Let me tell you this Byrna story. Bob was at home. An intruder physically forced his way inside. Now, luckily, Bob had just received his Byrna 4 days prior to this incident, and he used it to get the man outside and off of his property. Byrna, it's legal in all 50 states. There's no background check needed. It can be shipped directly to your door. Now, see the powerful technology that is Byrna. Go to their website, byrna.com/Hannity. Right now, you'll get 10% off. That's byrna.com/Hannity today.
Living with chronic joint pain is like trying to get comfortable on a cactus sofa. Ouch! Nothing feels good. And forget trying to do the things you enjoy this spring, like golfing, hiking, tennis. Hi, Amy Jacobson here, and I want you to know something. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and the medical pros at QC Kinetics here in Chicago are on the case. I spoke to my friend in Utah who had regenerative medicine with QC Kinetics, and now she does not need that right hip replacement. Seriously, listen up. If you have joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, back, with QC Kinetics, the science is solid. They give you back your life without surgery, without drugs, and without any downtime. If you're curious if you're a candidate for these treatments, no problem. The consultation is free with appointments on Saturdays. Now's the best time to get started. Call QC Kinetics at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics.
Traffic on the move this morning. We got some backups on the Edens inbound between Cicero and Montrose Avenue, about a 10-minute backup there. 12 minutes behind if you're Eisenhower inbound between Wolf Road and Des Plaines Avenue. On the Kennedy inbound between Austin Avenue and Montrose, about a 12-minute delay. 11-minute delay if you're Kennedy outbound between Chicago and Fullerton Avenue. Still got some delays on the railways. The Metro BNSF railway inbound to Union Station, plan ahead there. Stop and go on the Stevenson inbound between Harlem and Kedzie, about a 10-minute backup there. Slow traffic if you're in the Dan Ryan Express lanes inbound between 43rd and Stevenson, and DuSable Lakeshore Drive, about a 2-minute backup northbound between Buckingham Fountain and Monroe Drive. The only other backup watching the Eisenhower outbound between Pulaski and Des Plaines Avenue, about a 15-minute delay there. Looking good on the Tri-State Tollway and the Stevenson. Traffic, a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. What if you could save on average 90% for dental implants and get 100% of your smile back? With the Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP, it's possible. Check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. Chicago's morning news continues next, but now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Cloudy skies and windy. Couple of afternoon showers. High today at 64. Windy and mild tonight. Overcast this evening. Shower and thunderstorm. Partly cloudy late tonight. Low 57. Clouds and breaks of sun. Afternoon, evening thunderstorm for tomorrow. The high tomorrow at 80. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Amy Jacobson here. Charles Thomas in for Dan Proft. Busy day, as always, whenever you fill in. And yesterday, the Department of Justice sued the state of Maine and their governor because they're still allowing boys to play on girls' sports team. Here's AG Pam Bondi.
Biological boy won first place in the pole vaulting competition in Maine's indoor track and field meet. He beat every other girl by a significant margin. That qualified him for regional championships. That took a spot away from a young woman in women's sports. Shame on him.
And these are times in your life that you can't get back.
Yes, we will be pulling funds from Maine. Not only that, Bill, we want to restore the records of these young women. You know, these women lost records. One didn't go to regionals, one didn't go to state, all because of a boy. All of these records should be restored, not only in Maine, but around the country. Of these young women, you know, Riley Gaines started training for swimming when she was 4 years old. She made it to the Olympics. A lot of this around the country is being taken away from young women now because boys are competing in women's sports. And it's more than that. It's a safety issue. They are completely changing clothes, getting nude in young women's bathrooms. Try being the parents of these young women. It's ridiculous what they're doing. They're going in the restrooms, they're going in the locker rooms. Our young women throughout this country should not have to go through this. And under President Trump's directive, we're going to fight to keep women safe and women winning in women's sports throughout this country.
But when's it going to start? I mean, this was the best because I thought that this was President Trump's finest moment. One of them. This is when I fell in love with him again. When the governor of Maine was in his face. I mean, she was sitting down at a table, but she was so disrespectful. Like, yeah, you want a piece of me? Yeah, you come and get it.
The NCAA has complied immediately, by the way. That's good. But I understand Maine. Is Maine here, the governor of Maine? Well, are you not going to comply with it?
I'm complying with state and federal laws.
We are the federal law. Well, you better do it. You better do it because you're not going to get any federal funding at all if you don't. And by the way, your population, even though it's somewhat liberal, although I did very well there, your population doesn't want men playing in women's sports. So you better comply because otherwise you're not getting any federal funding.
See you in court.
Every state, good. I'll see you in court. I look forward to that. That should be a real easy one. And enjoy your life after governor, because I don't think you'll be in elected politics.
What a boss! I could listen to that every day and smile from ear to ear.
But why? I can't believe the governor of Maine or these other Democrat politicians.
They're not getting on board. They don't realize why they lost the election.
Exactly.
In part because of this complete wokeness and craziness. And all the Democrats did this whole time were feminists. We're fighting for women's rights, and our rights are being taken away because now it's all about trans rights. This is like the civil rights movement of 2020.
And they're doubling down on it seems.
Oh, yeah, listen to this. So the governor, Mrs. Mills, this is her yesterday talking. It's only happened twice, Charles. Like, it was only 2 buildings that were taken over by Tren de Agua gang members. Only 2.
Because there are maybe 2, at most 2 transgender athletes competing in Maine schools right now, they decided to shut off funding. The law says if you don't like what a state or entity is doing over here, you can't take their funds away over here.
Yeah, it's just 2. And Pam Bondi responded, yeah.
Yeah, she's very wrong. First, to say only 2 is shocking. We gave 2 examples, but these aren't transgender. First of all, these are boys in a girl's locker room. 1 is too many. It's ridiculous what she said, and it's not.
That's how they defend what they do. Well, it's only 2, or it's only 3, or it's only 1, but it's that 1 because 1. Guess what happens? You give them an inch, they take a foot.
Yeah, and why do they want to die on that hill? I mean,
I don't
why?
know. They want to die on that hill. Then there's the hill of getting this El Salvadorian gangbanger back from El Salvador, which they just choose, as you say, the wrong hills to die on. With more on this, let's welcome back to the program our very good friend, very knowledgeable, Dustin Grage. He's a columnist at townhill.com. You can follow him on Twitter, which you should, at Grage, Grage, Dustin. Good morning, Dustin. How are you?
Good morning, Amy. How are you guys doing?
Good. So is there a similar problem in Minnesota, as I can only imagine that there is, with boys playing girls' sports?
Yes. And while maybe you guys are getting the exclusive on this, but we actually do have a male competing in women's sports right now in Minnesota. It's not very public at this point, but I have been in connection with a concerned parent who's been following this for a couple of years now, because they actually have a boy competing against their daughter in 6th grade. But
Ooh.
There's currently a senior happening right now as well. And it's not a small school. It's a large school. So this individual has already taken at least 3 different places in 3 different events in the top 10 for their girls' sports in track and field. So they're actually climbing right now. I believe they're almost to the top on shot put already. But they're making their way up, and they actually took first place at a meet just about a week and a half ago here in the triple jump. And it's just a matter of time before this individual takes some of those records, because also these are new events they've been doing.
Right.
They didn't do these events in previous years. They weren't quite fast enough, I guess, to win a lot of meets running, but hey, sheer strength, you can actually take some of those events. So they've actually adjusted their strategy a little bit. This is a very, very, very mediocre male.
Right.
So they're having a difficult time with it, but this is happening, and I just brought up 2 cases where this is just one school district. It has 2 of them currently.
In one school? Is it a suburb of Minneapolis?
It isn't. It's actually in greater Minnesota.
Okay.
More near the North Dakota border. They actually had a scenario. So this is Moorhead Schools is what it is. but this is near the North Dakota border. So it actually gets to the degree where you actually have this school going to North Dakota for certain track meets because there's not a lot of schools up there that have the competition. They have to travel a lot, like toward the metro to have similar competition because all the other schools up there are pretty small. So they don't actually have a lot of competition. So sometimes they cross over the border. Notice, though, what we've found out in some of this research is that individual isn't actually competing in those North Dakota meets because North Dakota does not allow trans athletes to compete.
Oh.
So
Well, they're following federal law, but Minnesota's choosing not to.
Exactly.
I'm sorry for interrupting, but Minnesota's choosing not to follow federal law, like a lot of these blue states are doing.
Yeah, no, Tim Walz has decided to take another 2080 issue, and just like MS-13, defending MS-13 gay members, they're doing all they can to try to tank those favorables into the single digits. But we'll see if they can pull it off.
What about the raw politics of this? What do the surveys in Minnesota say about this issue?
Yeah, I mean, I will say it's better than Texas. I mean, it's maybe a 25% favorable toward the issue. We're a little bit better in that regard. Even when I was coming back through my layover in Chicago into Minneapolis last week from a trip to Florida, I actually, there was 3 people who were trans on that flight alone. So we have the trans bill where it's the sanctuary state for trans individuals. So it's more popular here, but even in the face of all of that, I mean, these issues aren't popular. They're losing across the board. Some of the biggest issues where Democrats are getting all of these phone calls into their office, it's because why the hell are you wanting boys to be on my girls' sports teams? What is wrong with you? This is the issue that's killing them in some of these competitive districts. And, yeah, it's not popular by any means. They're feeling the heat, no question about it.
Yeah, this is a wedge issue that sends a signal to the electorate about who you are as a candidate. And what can you say? This is the land.
He's very clear cut on the issue, Governor Walz is. But could this bring him down if he runs again for governor?
Oh, no, it'll only help him for governor in that regard. Because just the way the state works, a lot of the time, granted, Walz is kind of in a different category. He gets to kind of choose what he wants to do. Once he decides he wants to run for re-election or not, which I think he will, the dominoes are going to fall into place after that. People are going to have to decide what they want to do in regard to actually what office they want to run for. But Tim Walz running, he's honestly not even looking at re-election. That's not his goal. He wants to run for president. And this is one of the wedge issues he's absolutely going to use to try to get elected in the primary. And now, is that going to be favorable for him in some of these swing states like Pennsylvania and Georgia? No. It's going to absolutely kill him if he actually gets on the ballot. And I pray he does get on the ballot as the Democrat in 2028. I would love J.D. Vance to be president or Ron DeSantis to be president. I would love that so much. But it's going to help them in their primaries because the Democrats love this. And not the Democrats that, they're going to be voting in primary ballots necessarily, but in a lot of these caucus states, the crazies love this stuff. It's a very favorable issue to them, and they're the ones who show up to caucus. And that's going to really help you in that regard to actually becoming the nominee. So it's going to help them in that regard. But in a general election, in a larger primary, in a more conservative state, I mean, it's going to absolutely kill you as a wedge issue.
No, they've been defending men and girls sports, the Democrats have. And now they're defending MS-13 gang members accused of human trafficking, and this guy accused of domestic violence not once but twice against his wife because she filed a order of protection against him. Why is this another hill that they're willing to die on?
It's incredible. I don't think a lot of them knew initially, but it really takes balls to find out all this new information and still defend the guy. and still defend this concept. And Tim Walz actually did that. He went on MSNBC and doubled down after all this stuff started coming out again. So, I mean, just looking at some of those issues, I mean, you got to just look to Tim Walz, honestly. It's like some politicians we look to, well, what's this person say? You know, they're usually right. Well, look to this guy and see who's usually wrong, because whatever stance the guy takes is literally just the new definition of the crazy left now. It's not just AOC and Ilhan Omar. Apparently, you get to just look to Tim Walz, and that's going to be your new ticket to figure out where the right and wrong side of an issue is going to be. But, you know, I'm happy that they're willing to take this dagger and put it into themselves, because, I mean, there's some times where I wonder, like, hey, maybe we're going a little off on some stuff and we're going to have some issues electorally a couple years down the line. But Democrats still find a way to double down and, you know, make themselves far, far less popular. And I'm completely okay with it. But, you know, in all honesty, just coming back to my personal experience of being swatted, at the end of the day, I think the Democrats are equally as worried about their base as I am of them thinking I'm a crazy Nazi. Right. I mean, these people sent a SWAT team to my home to try to kill me. Walz himself, I think last time I was on the program, we were talking about Walz was afraid of U.S. flags outside the governor's mansion. I mean, if that's threatening, I mean, I can't imagine what, you know, people burning down your cities out of crazy leftist ideology is going to feel. But, hey, Gwen Walz did like to smell the burning tires. So maybe I'm wrong there.
Oh, yeah.
But I have to believe that might be part of it as well.
Well, let's talk about the swatting incident that happened. Just walk us through it.
Yeah. So, I mean, pretty normal day. I think we're just in the last couple of minutes of The Amazing Race watching with my wife, and she gets a dozen calls coming to her phone, and we're just like, what's going on here? I think it's just a liberal troll, because this is pretty typical in our household. This happens a lot. But turns out those dozen calls weren't trolls. It was members of law enforcement informing us that our home is being surrounded, and and that at this point they had already thought it was a swatting, though, which is good, because the 911 caller pretending to be me thinks my wife and children are dead, and I'm in the bathroom barricading myself in from 4 masked men trying to kill me. So when my wife answers the phone, it instantly de-escalates. You know, this is clearly a swatting incident. You know, we were one of the more favorable outcomes of all of this. Some people, you know, they had to have police enter their home because they called at 2 a.m. and they don't have personal relationships with their local law enforcement, so they don't have our cell phones like they do to our family. Right. We just had a phone conversation, you know, just walked out, shook hands, and we were off on our way. But some people, you know, they had to have their dogs wake them up. Otherwise, they would have been stormed in. And, you know, the goal is ultimately to get law enforcement into the home, see the first probably male, and then shoot on sight, because you think these people are trying to kill you, and they're in here trying to save your life. So it's a bad situation all around, because it's not just, you know, our lives at stake there. It's the law enforcement. I mean, They're not swatting Democrats. They're swatting conservatives. We all carry. So when your door gets busted down and you've got your gun on you, what's your instant reaction? Probably to shoot back.
Right.
You know?
Now, how many? I know Cat Turd was, he's on Twitter as Cat Turd. Mm-hmm. You, him, who else was targeted?
Oh,
There's a bunch of you.
At least 20 of us now at this point. But, you know, Matt Van Swall, a good friend from North Carolina, as well as Beard Vet in Nebraska, those were the two swatted the same night as me. For a while, there was going to be about 3 a night for about a week. So that was kind of the scale there for a little while. Then there was a break from the swattings, but there actually was 2 swattings this last week already. Now so they're kind of rebooting up, it appears, which I'm thankful for Dan Bongino and Kash Patel's leadership on this. They were pretty right out of the gate, hey, we're going to put some resources on this. But after those 2 swattings recently hit, Dan Bongino has committed to double the resources to get to the bottom. So we're seeing good progress.
Has anybody been arrested in your case or in the other swatting incidents?
You know, without compromising the actual investigation. I do know some information that I won't make public at this time, but let's just say they're on a good track right now for figuring this out.
What happened to the Democrat Party? I mean, now they're the party of violence. The guy that firebombed Josh Shapiro's house, and he chose that room because they had the Seder dinner in there the night before. So he chose that room on purpose. Yeah. And he wanted to hit him in the head with a sledgehammer. Yeah. He's a Democrat, but he's pro-Palestinian.
Yeah, the unfortunate part about this, Amy, is that I think the Democrat Party's always been violent. Now, it's not been this prominent and not this open and accepted. I mean, we just had a raging Democrat go on Sean Hannity last night defending Luigi, I forget how to pronounce his last name, who actually killed the Minnesota native.
Brian Thompson. His name is Brian Thompson.
He's just 25 minutes down the road from where I live. And, you know, they're celebrating this guy as a savior. So, like, this isn't new. We actually had a Minnesota conservative organization, a group of 4 of them, I think, in the same building. They were firebombed a couple of years ago here in Minnesota. We never heard Tim Walz speak out on that, never spoke out about my swatting or any of that stuff. Been very public. He knows about it. I can personally attest that he knows about it. But he made a statement about Shapiro, but not these other 2 scenarios where we were firebombed here in Minnesota or swatted in Minnesota. So it just makes you wonder, like, why do they speak up when it's only about a Democrat experiencing this violence? Which, by the way, it was Democrat on Democrat violence. So, like, only Democrats are actually also doing these things, which makes it just that much more incredible.
Yeah.
But, you know, it's going to be a long road ahead here. But, you know, ultimately, I'm at least thankful for the FBI's leadership on this. They're doing a good job. And hopefully we'll get to the bottom of this soon and, you know, hopefully, honestly, just be able to tone down the flames a little bit on this rhetoric. But, you know, it might be a long road, but we'll kind of see how it goes and just
Justin,
do our part on it.
Real quick, in a few weeks, are you ready for this? Governor Pritzker, Governor Hochul, and Governor Walz have been summoned to D.C. to testify in sanctuary states. Is your governor going to go? Because I don't think ours is.
You know,
what a cast of clowns that would be, those 3 up there. Oh,
I think he will go. Although we are technically not a sanctuary state. We had a very slim 1-vote majority in the Senate, and they just could. There was a couple of their senators that just could not bear that bullet because it would have been the end of their political career in greater Minnesota had they voted with it. So it thankfully failed here. But Tim Walz fully endorses it. If he didn't, Minnesota would have a net negative migration if it were not for illegal immigrants coming into this country. So, you know, he fully endorses it. It's the only way he can even get new people into his state because they all just keep fleeing to Florida and Texas. So, you know, we'll see how that goes. But I don't see a situation where Tim Walz ever ignores the camera. So we'll see how it goes.
And a free trip to Washington. He gets to go back. All right. Thank you, Dustin Grage. You can follow him at Twitter at Grage Dustin. He's also a columnist at townhall.com. Always a pleasure, Dustin. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Amy. Have a good one, guys.
You too. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's like a hot, steaming cup of information to start your day. It's Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
With over 3 decades of serving up streetwise insight and local perspective on Page 2, the voice of John Cass has a home at johncassnews.com. A place where common sense is still served daily.
Listen up. Do you like being treated as a chumbalone, as a fool, sitting on a stool, smiling wanly at the sky?
Don't be a chumbalone and subscribe at johncassnews.com.
I'm John Cass, 40 years a newspaper man in Chicago. I won't name the place, it's just the paper now. That's the Chicago way. But I'm asking you to join me so you can get a decent cup of common sense at least. You're not going to get it from the media. It's time that you join the frontier of independent journalism at johncassnews.com.
Don't get caught in the parade of chumbalones.
Traditional media, mainstream media like the paper, they're all in on it. They think you're stupid. You know what they think? They think you're a chumbalone.
Subscribe at johncassnews.com now for only $50 a year and become a member of the No Chumbalone Zone.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, Borders Our Tom Homan celebrates. We'll tell you why. And later, Don't You Know Who I Am? Oh, yes. I love when politicians do that. They always think they're going to get preferential treatment, and sometimes it backfires, so we'll explain. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here is John Cruz.
Thank you so much. Good morning. 46 degrees in Chicago and AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in the Air Right Heating and Cooling newsroom. A 13-year-old in serious condition after being shot Wednesday night riding the CTA Red Line near the Garfield station. That shooting happened around 8:30. According to police, multiple shots fired. The boy sent to Comer Children's Hospital. No arrests have been made as Chicago police investigate. A big hearing today in the Menendez brothers' attempts to get out of prison for the 1989 murders of their parents in Beverly Hills. As of now, the hearing's scheduled to go forward, but overnight, prosecutors hinting they might ask for a delay so the judge can review some new information. A 28-year-old man shot and killed in Lincoln Park last night. It happened in the 800 block of West Lil Avenue. No arrests in that case. And the Trump administration facing possible contempt charges over 2 deportation flights to El Salvador. The flights went on after a federal judge ordered they be turned around. Now a judge saying top officials could be subpoenaed. News, a service of Air Right Heating and Cooling, offering AM 560 listeners $56 off any service, including inspections, or take advantage of limited-time federal rebates on a new furnace. Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at AIR-RITE.com. Again, that's AIR-RITE.com. Traffic is 2 minutes away right here on AM 560 The Answer.
For nearly a decade, AM 560 has marked the start of summer with a night of cigar smoking and great conversation. And this year, we've expanded Cigar Night to 2 nights. Wednesday, May 21st at Gobert's Farm in Pingree Grove, and Thursday, May 22nd at Gaelic Park in Oak Forest, featuring the great Larry Elder, along with AM 560's Dan Proft and Sean Thompson. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/cigar. That's 560theanswer.com/cigar. Sponsored by Opum Tax Advocates and attorney Stephen A. Leahy.
Thanks to our elected officials, Illinois has become an abortion tourism destination. The number of abortions in our state continues to grow, despite the fact that crisis pregnancy centers outnumber abortion clinics almost 3-to-1. Now, thanks to a new effort by Caring Network, it's possible to reach abortion-minded women, to provide peace of mind and security to help them choose life. This new Reach Her First initiative seeks to provide women with the assurance and information they need before they choose an abortion. But Caring Network needs your help to reach women who are considering abortion. For a one-time gift of just $150, you can help reach 5 women and help them choose life. That's all it takes to prevent an abortion. To make that gift, just go to 560theanswer.com/caring. That's 560theanswer.com/caring.
Virago is fending off viruses and making America healthy again.
Hi, my name is Dr. Michael Huber. I'm one of the co-developers of Virago, the immune enhancement cocktail. Virago was formulated to boost your immune system to fight off the viruses that you encounter every day. I made Virago into a liquid formula to improve the absorption and to provide a rapid response for your immune system. Taking Virago every day helps your immune system fight off all types of daily assaults. Go to myvirago.com. That's myvirago.com and receive 30% off using promo code IMMUNE. And remember, MAHA starts with Virago.
Boost your immune system with Virago. Order your bottle today. Visit myvirago.com. That's myvirago.com.
And use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%.
That's myvirago.com. Use coupon code IMMUNE to save 30%. Virago and MAHA, making America healthy again.
Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up being somewhere just over $30,000. $30,000.
Then the IRS came to collect.
Started getting letter after letter. A lien had been filed against me. They were going to basically hang me completely out to dry.
He had to do something.
That's when I reached out to Optima Tax Relief.
Patrick's life quickly got a lot easier.
It was very easy, pretty much hands off. They picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call Optima Tax Relief for a free consultation. Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Steel, walk behind, zero turn, and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow.
We've got some major issues on the Tri-State Tollway right now. An accident blocking the left lane if you're northbound between 75th right before 47th Street. Expect about a 40-minute delay in that area. On the Kennedy outbound, solid traffic between Division and Belmont Avenue, about a 25-minute backup. On the Edens inbound, watch out for slow traffic as well between Foster and Montrose. We got delays on DeSable Lakeshore Drive, northbound between Bryn Mawr and Hollywood, about a 13-minute delay there. 10 minutes behind if you're on the Stevenson inbound between Harlem and Kedzie Avenue. 20-minute delay if you're Kennedy inbound between Austin and Montrose. Also a 15-minute backup if you're Kennedy inbound between Montrose and Damon Avenue. Tapping the brakes on the Eisenhower outbound between Pulaski and Des Plaines Avenue. On the Dan Ryan inbound between 43rd and Roosevelt, looking good. Just about a 5-minute backup there. And about a 10-minute backup if you're Dan Ryan inbound between 95th and 87th Street. And still working issues on the Metro BNSF Railway inbound, delays to Union Station, so plan ahead there. This report sponsored by Summit Racing Equipment. It's Car Care Month, and Summit Racing has what you need for bumper-to-bumper care. Revive the interior, exterior, underhood, and more. Shop summitracing.com. Use promo code RADIO for $10 off an order of $100 or more. Exclusions apply. Offer ends 5/4/25. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check of your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Clouds and windy today. Couple of afternoon showers, high 64. Shower and thunderstorm, then partly cloudy late tonight, low 57. Breezy and warmer. Clouds and sun, afternoon, evening thunderstorm for tomorrow. The high tomorrow at 80. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Goldilocks, offering smart security systems to homes and businesses. Call Goldilocks at 708-889-5600.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Good Thursday morning. Amy Jacobson here. Oh my God. Charles Thomas. I almost called you
That's
John
me.
Anthony Charles Thomas is joining us today. Dan will be back. He's just on vacation today, and then tomorrow is a company holiday. But we'll be here tomorrow. You won't be. Justin won't be. Quinn won't be. But I'll be here, and Jim Urio is going to be filling in. So any financial questions you have, write them down and be sure to call in tomorrow, too, for
Because you
that.
got them covered.
And then
right?
we have a surprise guest from the 8 to 9 o'clock hour. You're going to want to stay tuned for that. But now all eyes are still on Kilmar Abrigo Garcia. Senator Van Hollen went down to visit him to try and get him released from prison. Tried to meet with the president of El Salvador. Denied. He couldn't even see him in prison. And what did you say? He vows to stay down there until...
Yeah, I heard he saying, I'm not coming back unless I come back with Kilmar. Good luck.
I mean, for this senator, could he be more out of touch? This guy's not even they call him a Maryland man to Maryland father. Not an American citizen. He's from El Salvador, and he's an MS-13 gangbanger terrorist. But that didn't stop Von Holen.
This is about due process. This is about rule of law. What bullies do is they begin by picking on the most vulnerable. I just landed at the airport in San Salvador a little while
Good
ago.
for you.
I'm now en route into the city. The goal of my visit is to talk to people here about the release of Kilmar Abrego Garcia. I won't stop trying, and I can assure the president, the vice president, that I may be the first United States senator to visit El Salvador on this issue, but there will be more, and there will be more members of Congress coming.
Oh, yeah, please, Democrats, please keep going to El Salvador to try and get into that prison. I beg you. Senator Cory Booker is on it, said he's going to go, as well as other congressional members to go save this thug who, by the way, that we learned yesterday, allegedly beat his wife not once, but twice. In 2021, she filed domestic violence protective order against him, claiming that he punched her, scratched her. Another incident, he allegedly ripped off her shirt and began beating her. He didn't even come through a port of entry because he was a gotaway, because he knew that he was not, if he went through a port of entry, they'd deport him because he's a lengthy record in El Salvador, not in here, but they say that he's an MS-13 terrorist, and that's why they want him gone. With more on this, let's welcome to the program Virginia Allen, senior news producer for the Daily Signal and the host of the Daily Signal podcast and the Problematic Woman podcast. Ooh, I think I might want to tune into that one, too. Good morning, Virginia. How are you?
I am well. Good morning. Great to be with you.
I love the name Virginia. My sister's name is Virginia, and I have a grandma Jenny as well. So do they call you Ginny or Virginia?
A few people call me Jen, but, you know, I live in the state of Virginia, and so most commonly now people call me VA because my last name's Allen, so those are my initials. So it works.
Oh, that's so funny. Good for you. Well, let's talk about this thug terrorist that's dirtbag who this Maryland senator is trying so hard to get back in the country. What has a judge decided?
Well, you know, the court cases, they're ongoing. Judges are looking at this, and we see this kind of back and forth in the court system. But the Trump administration has been very clear, and the government of El Salvador has been very clear. Neither the U.S. government or the government of El Salvador has any interest in this individual being set free, being released, because, like you've referenced, he does have a criminal record. This is someone that entered the U.S. illegally back in 2012 and then proceeded to essentially take various actions and to be arrested. We see from the handwritten filing, court complaint, domestic violence complaint that his wife filed that you mentioned, you know, the very last line she writes in this is, "I have multiple photos and videos of how violent he can be and all the bruises he's left on me." This is an individual that was arrested in 2019, standing around with a known MS-13 gang member wearing what is essentially the uniform of MS-13.
Which is the black bull's hat, right?
That's right. That's right. Is that bull's hat. And so this is someone that, of course, we don't want in our country. El Salvador doesn't want on the streets of their country. And right now, because he was deported to El Salvador, you know, the U.S., we can certainly ask, we can certainly say, hey, you know, we would like this individual to be brought back to the United States, but ultimately he is in the custody of El Salvador, and the president of El Salvador has said, yeah, we're not very interested in releasing a violent gang member, so no.
Well, I read in the Tennessee Star that he was pulled over and he had 7 people in his car, and they believe he was human trafficking those people, but they called ICE, and ICE said, no, just let him go. We're not going to come and get him.
Well, and this is the crazy part of so many of these policies that we saw under the Biden administration, even going back to Obama, that there was just really this failure to comply with U.S. immigration law. And because of that, ICE officials, their hands were tied, Border Patrol, their hands were tied time and time again to where they couldn't carry out simple procedures and practices like arresting someone on suspected charges of human trafficking. We saw this at the border under the entire Biden administration. The Border Patrol agents were so maxed out that they were processing so many cases and claims that they couldn't actually be physically on the border to stop illegal aliens. So I think this case is the perfect example of what happens when an administration really decides, multiple administrations really decide that they are not going to enforce our immigration law. And finally, the Trump administration, what they're doing is not radical. What the Trump administration is doing is saying, hey, novel idea, we're actually going to follow the laws that are on the books when it comes to immigration. And then you have individuals like Senator Van Hollen who seem deeply offended by this, but simply
a domestic restraining order against him. She's liking this because, Charles, what is the GoFundMe for the Kilmar Abrego Garcia family up to?
Well, I'm looking. Earlier this
checked?
morning, I saw $208,000 had been raised. I'm still trying to get an update because this is, as you know, a hot story.
Yeah, it's a fluid situation. I mean, I'm sure it's going to go up, but the fact she's not going to call him out because there's money in it for her, right?
Yep. Well, sure. And I mean, I'm kind of questioning, if she essentially is a little bit of a pawn in a way in this situation. We don't know the full story of how that relationship since, she filed those claims of domestic violence back in, a few years ago. It's a little unclear what their relationship has looked like since then. Has he continued to be violent and a threat to her safety and their children's safety? But it's like both things can't be true. She's been standing up and saying, I'm missing my husband. I want him back. He needs to come home. But then at the same time, she wanted a restraining order against him a few years ago. So there's a lot of unanswered questions there. And, right now we see that a judge has ordered Trump officials to testify about their efforts to try and bring this man back and what they're doing in order to bring him back. But again, the Trump administration has made very clear they have no interest in it. It's only individuals like Senator Van Hollen who seem very, very interested in raising this case more highly into the public view. And meanwhile, it's such a slap in the face to individuals like the Morin family, Rachel Morin,
Right.
a murdered Maryland mother. And when you have this focus from Democrats so really targeted on Abrego Garcia and really trying to make it this sob story that it isn't, and yet really ignoring a case of an innocent mother in Maryland who was murdered in cold blood by an illegal alien from El Salvador as well, who was found guilty by a jury this week. It took that jury less than an hour to determine, yep, he's guilty. There was DNA evidence that really made it clear, yep, this illegal alien.
They're
killed
both
this
MS-13 gang members.
Yeah, both gang members.
Isn't one of the bottom lines here that this sends a message to anyone who might want to enter the United States illegally, and it's a message to those who are here already illegally that, wow, I mean, some horrible things can happen to you if you break our laws.
Well, and that is, I think, what's so critical about what Trump is doing. You think about who Trump is. He is, I've called him this many times, but he is kind of a master of marketing. And so what the Trump administration is doing right now, not only on the legal side of actually enforcing immigration laws, but these actions of deporting illegal aliens, of in some ways making an example of Abrego Garcia, is to say, if you dare to enter our country illegally, to break our laws, to be a gang member living illegally in our country, this could be the result. This could be what happens. And the direct result of that kind of clear messaging is exactly the direct.
No way, I wouldn't want to end up in an El Salvadorian prison.
Man.
What's that place called?
CECOT.
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 That is a prison of all prisons.
Can you imagine if you're a Venezuelan gang person?
Oh, yeah.
And you get sent
It's
there.
so sad, too bad.
And you're sitting there with MS-13 and you're Trin de Agua, or what do they call it?
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, my gosh. Maybe they separate them.
Maybe they do. I don't know, but it all just looks like. If I saw that, I would never even try. I wouldn't even look at the United States. I would be like, nope, I'm going to sit this one out. I'm not going to try and become an asylum seeker. But Trump is working on a plan to self-deport. So if you want to leave the country, you can get back on the list to enter legally. They'll facilitate your plane ticket out of here, or by bus or by train, and maybe give you a little stipend. That's kind of what Sweden's doing. They're paying families to leave anywhere of up to $40,000 to $50,000 for a family of four. Oh, they want them out of there.
Wow.
That little experiment they did in the suburb of Stockholm, not really working. There was, I don't know if you saw it, Charles, but there was a reporter who went in there to talk to people, and she got attacked, like physically attacked, because they own that. It was crazy.
Really?
Oh, yeah. You should look that up. So,
But $40,000, I mean, you might find a lot of Americans will leave.
Oh. Yeah, can we get on that list? All right, one thing we want to talk to you about, because it seems to, with all this news and, stupid thugs we're talking about, the hostages that are still being held in Gaza.
Yep.
And one is American Eden Alexander. He's the last living American hostage. Is that correct?
That's right. Yep. 21 years old.
And tell us about the video that was released.
Really troubling. This is the second propaganda hostage video that's been released of Eden Alexander, and he looks rougher in this one certainly than he did in the last one. His family is of course relieved to see that he's alive, but he's really pleading for his life in this video. He speaks directly to President Trump and pleads for his release, for his freedom. He is very critical of Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And, we also know that he's in all likelihood being forced to say the things that he's saying. He doesn't have a choice. He's been held now hostage for 560 days, I believe, marks today, almost 560 days, been living in tunnels underground. He's 21 years old. He was serving in the IDF on October 7th when he was taken, grew up in New Jersey, and his parents live in New Jersey, and just really tragic. This week, Holy Week, Easter week, remember to pray for him, pray for his family, pray for his freedom.
Yeah. But Eden Alexander, I did not know that. See, now, why don't we know this? Why doesn't the mainstream media do a story on Eden Alexander if he grew up in New Jersey? I did not know that.
Yep, that's a great question. This is a really brave young man who, after he graduated high school, decided of his own volition he was going to take a little time, go back to his homeland, go back to visit Israel, and was so kind of moved by that experience that then he decided, I want to serve in the country that my family is originally from, and chose to join the IDF that morning, on the morning of October 7th. As soon as that attack started, he was in contact with his mom. He told her, I'm okay. And then shortly thereafter, his mom was not able to reach him. And his parents, I've had the privilege of speaking with both of them. They are beautiful people.
Really?
And they're lovely, lovely people. And they're very clear, this isn't a political thing for them. They just want their son back. More than anything, they just want their son home. And, his mom says it's going to be a very, very, of course, emotional moment when he is finally set free and she can wrap her arms around him and hug him and tell him that she loves him. And he is one of 23 hostages that is still believed to be alive and in Gaza.
And how many bodies are they still holding on to?
So there's about 35 bodies that are still being held, including several American bodies.
Oh, gosh. I mean, this is just, never did you think when this started that it would be this long. Yeah. And it's still not resolved. And I don't know what more President Trump can do. Do you have any suggestions for him?
I think you really have to be incredibly aggressive, and Trump has been. And gosh, from even before Trump took office, him saying there will be hell to pay if the hostages aren't released. Well, that brought Hamas to the table to finally agree to a deal that resulted in the release of 33 hostages. But I think that really increased pressure needs to be ramped up. Because right now negotiations are moving back and forth, and Hamas presented a deal saying, okay, we'll release 5 of the hostages, Israel came back and said, no, you need to release at least 11. So it's this ping-ponging back and forth right now, and they haven't been able to reach an agreement. But in the meantime, these families are just in tremendous pain. And anytime I have spoken to either former hostages or family members of hostages, they say it's not that these, we don't have time is really their undergirding message. We don't have time. Every day, any day, these hostages could be killed, could die because of the conditions they're living in. A deal has to go through now for their release.
I want you to hear this because Leslie Stahl on 60 Minutes, I don't know if you heard this, she interviewed a survivor, an American Israeli who was held hostage and deprived of food and water and beaten. And listen to her line of questioning.
The terrorists became very mean and very cruel and violent.
More so.
Much more so. They were beating me and starving me.
Do you think they starved you or they just didn't have food?
No, I think they starved me, and they would often eat in front of me and not offer me food.
I mean, when I heard that, it was as if she was defending Hamas, saying, well, they didn't get food because they didn't give you food because they didn't have food. How disrespectful is that?
It's insane. And this is why, ratings among left-wing media outlets is plummeting because people they see right through it. The American people see right through these kinds of questions, the agenda that's being pushed. And let's be very clear. Hamas is a terrorist organization. They have brutally killed and murdered hundreds of thousands of Israelis, and they can no longer have any ability to rule. And I mean, that's been incredibly clear since the beginning of this conflict. Benjamin Netanyahu has said, hey, our mission here is to completely dismantle Hamas, because if we don't, another October 7th will happen.
All right. We're going to have to leave it there. Virginia Allen, always a pleasure. You can follow her on X at Virginia_Allen, ALLEN, the number 5. That's Virginia_Allen 5. You can read her articles in thedailysignal.com. Virginia, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it.
And she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile. Gain insight into building strong marriages and raising godly children with Focus on the Family with Jim Daly each weekday at 11:30 a.m. on our sister station, AM 1160. Hope for your life.
This year, Holy Week is the same week for Christians and Jews. Passover commemorates the great exodus of the Jews from Egypt. For Christians, Holy Week begins on Palm Sunday, April 13th, when Jesus rode a donkey into Jerusalem and crowds waved palm branches and cheered Hosanna, loosely, a praise of save now. Just 4 days later, on Holy Thursday, Jesus and his disciples took part in their last Passover together. This Last Supper is when Jesus was betrayed and falsely convicted. The next day, Good Friday, Jesus was hung on the cross and died. John 1:29, behold, the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world. But wait, the story doesn't end here. Jesus was buried in a tomb, and on the third day, he rose from the dead. That's what Easter and the Christian faith is all about. Read Isaiah 53 and John's full account of his good news, a read that will change your life forever. Fox Valley Coins will be closed on April 18th in remembrance of Good Friday. Happy Easter from Fox Valley Coins.
Don't miss In Grace with Pastor Jim Scudder Jr., now heard on Sunday mornings at 7:30. Tune in and find hope as Jim Scudder explores God's Word and His world each Sunday morning right here on AM 560, The Answer. AM 560, The Answer.
All right. Do you know what a chicken jockey is?
Chicken
jockey. It's from Minecraft. I made the mistake of asking a bunch of 12-year-olds what a chicken jockey was, and they're all so excited to explain it and show me how it works. It was so cute.
Me? Chicken jockey?
Yeah. No, you probably don't even know what Minecraft is.
I don't. I saw some news story.
Too late. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. That's President Trump's nickname for Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell, calling him always wrong and too late to lower interest rates. The president's been pushing for faster rate cuts since his first term in office. Powell yesterday at the Economic Club of Chicago says new Trump tariffs create a challenging scenario for the bank.
The level of tariff increases announced so far is significantly larger than anticipated, and the same is likely to be true of the economic effects. which will include higher inflation and slower growth.
President Trump says Powell cannot be terminated soon enough. He'd have to fight in court to fire him, though. Powell's term runs through next May. As the president noted in his post, the European Central Bank cut its rates again today. President Trump will talk about tariffs and trade today with Italy's Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni.
Prime Minister Meloni will arrive here to the White House around noon today. She and President Trump have a good working relationship. So the EU and the member nations there, they see her as a promising representative of sorts. They are hoping that she's going to push for a zero tariff deal that the EU is seeking out. The Wall Street Journal writes Meloni's broader goal is to keep the U.S. firmly anchored to Europe, positioning herself as a potential bridge between Western allies.
Fox's Alexandria Hoff. 3 people are killed during a fishing tournament on Lewis Smith Lake in Alabama.
2 vessels collided. All 3 victims were aboard one of the boats. 2 were thrown overboard and drowned, while the third died from his injuries. The accident occurred during the Tackle Warehouse Invitational. Major League Fishing canceled the tournament's final day, calling it a heartbreaking moment. The crash remains under investigation by Alabama Marine Patrol troopers. Matt Murphy, Fox News.
At least 41% of homes and businesses in Puerto Rico are reported to have their electricity back now. Power went down for the entire island midday yesterday. There are Easter celebrations there all week. America's listening to Fox News.
WIND, Chicago.
Good morning, 47 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in the AlmostFreeTeeth.com newsroom. Chance of storms later in the day, a high of 62. A 28-year-old man shot and killed in Chicago's Lincoln Park Wednesday night. Police called around 9:20 to the 800 block of West Lil Avenue, just west of Halsted. They found a 28-year-old man on the sidewalk. He had a gunshot wound to the chest. He was taken to Advocate Illinois Masonic Medical Center, where he later died. No arrests in that case. A family escapes a late-night fire. It may be due to a gamer's quick action. It happened at a home in the 3600 block of West 5th Avenue. A man says he was playing video games at night, noticed a fire in the stove, and alerted the family. Everybody got out safely. A 13-year-old boy in serious condition this morning after being shot last night riding the CTA Red Line near the Garfield station. Now, the shooting happened around 8:30 last night. According to police, multiple shots were fired. The boy sent to Comer Children's. No arrests made as Chicago police investigate. This marks the second CTA shooting in a week. Chicago City Council Wednesday banning January 6th rioters from getting city jobs. That ordinance passing 44-3, ordering the HR commissioner to reject any applicant who was convicted in connection to the riots, which left 5 Capitol police officers dead. Meanwhile, council delaying a compromise vote on an earlier downtown teen curfew. That proposal would ban teens and juveniles from the downtown district 2 hours earlier to prevent takeovers. That conversation is still ongoing. And a man in custody for an attack last November against 2 Jewish students has a court hearing today. That attack happened on November 6 outside the DePaul Student Center on Sheffield Avenue. Adam Kirkin identified as one of those 2 suspects. He faces charges. Max Long and Michael Kaminsky were the 2 attacked by those men wearing black masks. The incident being investigated as a hate crime. News, a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. What if you could save on average 90% for dental implants and get 100% of your smile back with a Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP? It's possible. Check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. We're checking traffic in 2 minutes. Now time for the AM 560 Business Beat, brought to you by Signature Bank.
I'm Liz Clayman, and this is the Fox Business Report. American Express is reporting a better-than-expected quarter. The credit card company says its customer behavior did not change in its first quarter despite tariff uncertainty. But United Health shares are down nearly 20%. The medical insurer is lowering its forecast for the year. It's seeing a jump in demand for care from members of its Medicare Advantage plans. United Health earnings were disappointing. Home builder D.R. Horton is seeing a muted spring selling season. It's lowering expectations for the year after earnings declined. Would-be buyers remain cautious. Sales incentives are being increased where necessary to drive traffic and incremental sales. Home prices and mortgage rates remain high. It sold fewer homes at the start of the year compared with a year ago. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jen Coselda. Invested in you.
President Trump's tariff policies have turned the stock market into a roller coaster.
Across the board, all of the different sectors are down.
Reciprocal tariffs are also being lowered during that period. U.S. stocks surged on the news.
Don't know how long these tariffs are going to be in place.
Chaos that is being created as all U.S. trading partners are hit.
The American public is invested in some way in the market.
Stay on top of where the markets are headed next, right here on AM 560. The Answer.
I think one of the things that patients don't realize is that when they get a joint replacement, that's not a lifetime treatment option. And they're probably, if they are a younger patient, signing up for multiple surgeries down the road.
As a physician and medical director for QC Kinetics, Dr. Caravelli's seen a pattern of trending joint pain. Prolonged medication, steroids, then surgery, possibly another surgery.
So a lot of our patients are trying to avoid or put off surgery, and this is the treatment that can help them do that.
QC Kinetics extracts your body's healing substances, concentrates them back into your aching joints to help heal and restore those areas, providing lasting relief.
Oh, I love being able to tell my patients, before we do this surgery, let's try another option. Let's see if this is right for you, because now they might not have to have surgery at all.
Call today for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
It's important to have a heating and cooling company you can depend on. That company is the original Arlington Heights Heating and Cooling. They aren't one of those massive companies with newer techs and subcontractors. Oh no, Arlington Heights Heating and Cooling send only their own highly skilled techs. From service to installation and everything in between, the work quality and customer service is the best. For 40 years, the original Arlington Heights Heating and Cooling has kept homeowners and business customers comfy and warm in the winter and nice and cool in the warmer months. Don't call the big guys, call the best. Call Carrie at 847-545-1700 or visit arlingtonheightsheatingandcooling.net. That's Carrie at 847-545-1700 or online at arlingtonheightsheatingandcooling.net. The original Arlington Heights Heating and Cooling, not the biggest, just the best.
All of us need to be prepared to defend ourselves and our families, and we need to start with the less lethal option to avoid the legal complications associated with firearms. Byrna has their less lethal pistol launcher. It is equipped with tear gas and kinetic ammunition. It is designed to incapacitate any attacker for up to 40 minutes. Go to their website, byrna.com/Hannity. Right now, you'll get 10% off. Let me tell you this Byrna story. Bob was at home. An intruder physically forced his way inside. Now, luckily, Bob had just received his Byrna 4 days prior to this incident, and he used it to get the man outside and off of his property. Byrna, it's legal in all 50 states. There's no background check needed. It can be shipped directly to your door. Now, see the powerful technology that is Byrna. Go to their website, byrna.com/Hannity. Right now, you'll get 10% off. That's byrna.com/Hannity today.
Traffic backed up in several spots on DuSable Lakeshore Drive northbound between Bryn Mawr and Hollywood, about a 5-minute backup. Kennedy inbound between Foster and Montrose, about a 10-minute delay there. Route 53 northbound between the Jane Addams Tollway and Euclid, about a 10-minute delay there as well. All right, traffic stacking if you're Bishop Ford inbound between Stony Island Feeder and Dan Ryan. On the Dan Ryan, watch for stacking traffic inbound between 31st and Vernon Interchange right there at the Ryan. On the Eisenhower, if you're inbound between North and Tri-State Tollway, about a 5-minute delay. 30-minute backup on the Eisenhower inbound between 25th and Costner Avenue. Checking the tolls, the Jane Addams Tollway. Slow traffic on the ramp to the inbound Eisenhower. And on the Tri-State Tollway, looking about a 15-minute delay if you're northbound between 87th and Hine. Finally got some accidents to report. Glendale Heights, Bloomingdale Road north of Armitage. An accident North Chicago, ML King Drive and 22nd eastbound. And a hit-and-run accident in the Stevenson inbound between Harlem and Kedzie Avenue, about an 18-minute delay there. Traffic brought to you by Goldilocks, offering Chicagoland state state-of-the-art smart security systems to protect your home or business. AM 560 listeners receive 3 months of monitoring free with new installs. Get peace of mind by calling Goldilocks at 708-889-5600. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now check out your forecast from the National Weather Service.
Cloudy skies and windy. Couple of afternoon showers. High today at 64. Windy and mild tonight. Overcast this evening. Shower and thunderstorm. Partly cloudy late tonight. Low 57. Clouds and breaks of sun. Afternoon, evening thunderstorm for tomorrow. The high tomorrow at 80. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
I love when old friends get together. Hi, Amy Jacobson here. Charles Thomas in for Dan Proft. And our special guest that we've been teasing all morning is the one and only.
Oh, he's fantastic.
And his name is?
Mancow.
Yes. The
part
cow
man,
is
part
now.
cow, all nonsense. This is the Lion's Den. I hope you knew that before you tuned in. This is where the angels and the devils fight, and they're choosing up sides, all right? Me, I'm part man, part monkey, all mystery. And the angels and the devils are playing tug of war with my personality. Amy Jacobson, this is a backhanded compliment because, like, being the tallest midget or the least hungry bird on the dung wagon. But Amy, you are the prettiest girl still in Radioland.
Oh, thank you.
You really are. Look at your figure. You must work out.
I work out all the time, and if I don't, I can't sleep at night, and I'm just not the same. I have to do
should not
something.
be on. Well, I guess you got your broadcast on the internet, but what a waste that you're on AM radio.
Oh,
God, to hear your voice in stereo surround the room. You can't do that in AM. It's just mono.
So I wanted to have you here because, I was in charge this week, but also, too, we used to work together.
Yes.
Oh, boy, did we have fun.
It was the greatest radio show in Chicago history that the ratings were skyrocketing, unlike anything that anyone had seen. You and I and Pat Cassidy, it would have been a national show. The brothers came in from Cumulus Media, and they said, this is the greatest show in America. You're all fired. We can't afford you. And I blame Pat Cassidy, that son of a...
What? No, Pat and I, they made Pat and I stay, and we had to live life without you, which wasn't fun.
Well, I was the expensive one then.
Exactly.
I'm worth it. So I want to talk about the Smith-Mundak. Do you know what that is? No idea.
Wait, real quick.
Yes.
Before we get to that, another reason I wanted to have you on is because of your illness. I heard that you had Bell's palsy, and that's why you haven't been doing your podcast. Or...
No, I'm not doing my podcast because I am sick of surrounding myself with myself. I have spent 30 years talking like this outward, and it's all nonsense. It's all waste of time. I am just throwing red meat to people that agree with me. Angering people that don't agree with me. You think you're going to get one communist to change listening to AM 560, The Answer? Well, it's a colossal waste of time. No, I've had a few people that wake up, but it's just, you're not, look, Greeks and vegans and potheads and communists, all they want to talk about is being vegans or Greek or potheads or communists. AOC and Bernie Sanders, I mean, in America, I just can't relate to that.
Oligarchy tour.
I can't be impartial.
Okay.
I can't my daughter's campus when she was at Madison there, the Islamic kooks were attacking her Jewish roommate. I can't debate it. I can't understand it. I can't support it. I don't understand why we're allowing Islamofascism and communism, and traitors. I keep hearing from Bondi and Patel and all these people, Chelsea Clinton got this and Michelle Obama got $120,000 or whatever it was for a month for 30. All this stealing. Nobody's ever arrested. The Epstein tapes. You see what's happening?
Right. You're spiraling right now. I'm watching this.
My stomach, the acid is bubbling up in my. Okay. My father died of Barrett's cancer. It sets in. It's you know what I'm talking about.
I'm sitting here in stunned silence, watching a professional radio guy.
You're doggone right.
I mean, get down.
I just asked about your Bell's palsy.
Man,
so let's talk about it.
I do not believe in the shingles vaccine, and I've had people call me and say they're going to get the vaccine. I talked to 4 doctors out of the 5 that I went to, and they said, well, it might have, but it also could have done this and this and this. I'm not a believer in the shingles vaccine, and all these old folks that are getting their flu shots, really, I don't believe in it. And I've done a lot of studying. Anyway, I had shingles, almost lost an eye. And
how long did you have? Because Allison Rosati just came back from having shingles, too.
Kraft Eye Center saved me. The worst thing that can happen is the doctor said, go into your eye. It went into my eye. And it went into my right eye. So now I feel bad. about looking at Pornhub years ago.
Oh, God.
I don't know if it's a. That's bad.
How long did you have shingles for? How long did it take to recover?
It was the first couple of months of this year. I was with the Smashing Pumpkins at Wrigley Field, and someone said there's a fog that's making everybody sick, and I got home and I felt very sick. I thought, it must be that fog, this poisonous fog, that the government's put. Whatever someone said to me, and anyway, it's been horrible, but here I am, and my face is a little bit scarred now.
And that's what the shades are about.
What's that?
He always wears the shades.
No, I look like Captain Hook had an itch now. That's what I look like.
Can we see or
no?
Right.
I look normal.
Oh, you look great.
Yeah, no, I look fine.
You look beautiful. What are you talking about scarring? That's from shingles right there?
Yes, my face looked like my forehead looked like a Klingon.
I feel like
don't want to talk about shingles.
But I feel like everybody we know is getting shingles.
Amy, enough with the shingles. Amy, I know I'm not in charge of the show, but if I was, I would tell you, Amy, forget about the guy's shingles. Who gives a hairy rat's ass? Talk about why are none of the Democrats going to Gaza to get our people out? They're so concerned about these gangbanging SOBs. It's so important to them that the gangbangers get put on our street, but not the people that are being tortured and raped on a daily basis by these maniacs. That they don't care about.
No. And what do you think about Senator Von Hollen, who went to El Salvador to get out that gangbanger who's not even an American citizen?
I heard that, Amy Jacobson. I was listening to the show. I think it's disgusting. Listen, I got more stories in the Willis Tower. I don't know where you want to begin. The room is spinning. But
well, Charles, did you have something you were in awe
Yes,
of?
Charles.
Yes, Charles.
Well, I'm listening. I mean,
that's good. This is radio.
This is radio, man. And
are you going to ask me what I've been up to? Or are you going to ask me?
I've heard you for decades.
That's right.
And never met you.
Look at me.
And I'm looking at you.
This is a perfect face for radio. Amy, TV, me, radio. Look at me.
No, you're gorgeous.
I'm chubby. I'm not JB fat. When does that fat tick fall off, right? I grew up in Suicide Falls, Missouri, and when a tick was fat and filled with blood, and this guy is filled with our blood, filled with our tax dollars, more. When does he just bloat and fall off? The boy born with a golden ladle. I am ready for JB to say bye-bye.
Do you want him to run for president?
Oh, I think it'd be hilarious.
I do too, because America, I'm not being rude.
Yeah.
We do not embrace obese people. We just don't. And even if he lost a bunch of weight, I don't know.
I think he'll lose a lot of weight.
Poor Chris
Christie. He's been losing a lot of weight. If you see Pritzker, he's lost a lot of weight. Donald Trump has lost weight.
Look at the models at Target. They're all ugly. What is this? Look at the buildings. Look at the cars. Look at Amy Jacobson. That's sexy. Why do we give up on sexy? America used to be sexy. Now we're blue-haired, fat, and angry. No, I'm just thinking about Daley's parking deal. I'm thinking about all the deals that JB has made. Everybody wants out of here. Business is horrible, and yet they're commenting on Trump. And he's redoing all of our deals. The Democrats make dumb deals. They're communists. They don't understand being the entrepreneur. Trump is redoing Italy today. He's redoing all of these deals. Japan is great. They're great partners. We have been raped by China. It is all about China, folks. And it's funny, for 4 years I heard that my portfolio didn't matter. Stocks don't care. Stocks don't. It doesn't. That's not the stocks under Biden. The stocks don't. What are you talking? Stocks. That does. Stocks means Biden. He's full. It means not stocks. It's not. And now all of a sudden stocks matter. These lying sons of bitches.
312-642-5600 is our turnkey.pro answer line. You can also text us on that same line. Text messages coming through. Love in Mancow. I have questions for him. Well, if you have a question, call in and ask him anything.
Yeah, or just join me on MySpace. So I've been working a lot on my pantomime. I'd like to show you some of my stuff.
Okay.
Okay,
right,
there
Charles,
you go.
Are you ready?
No, watch. Okay. This is me in the wind. Huh? Pretty good, right?
Oh, that's great.
And I'm also out at the fair. I was a human cannonball, but I got fired. So now here I am back doing radio. Thank you. It's that kind of morning humor that made me the toast of the Eddie and Jobo show.
So you're not doing your podcast anymore?
I'm not. No.
What have you been doing,
Amy? All of this self-help stuff. I was with Jordan Peterson last night, Dr. Jordan Peterson.
Yes.
And he reminded me of Seth Brundlefly from the movie The Fly, Jeff Goldblum. And they create a steak in a computer, but it's not a steak. It doesn't have the savoir-faire. It doesn't have the chef's flair. It doesn't have the computer can't capture it, like AI can't capture a soul. And that's what it was with Jordan Peterson. He talked for hours about God, but he's never had a God experience. He's never had Holy Ghost experience. His wife beat a rare cancer. No one's beat this cancer, and she did it through prayer, but he thinks it's more like meditation. So it's like listening to a guy that's read a sex manual but never has made love, Amy. Okay. You know what I'm talking about when I say about making love.
Yes.
And so here is Dr. Jordan Peterson, very esoteric. It's like the same conversation I had with Barack Obama before he was Barack. This is a guy that says the Bible is great stories, that Jesus was a teacher. No, it's the Word of God. These aren't just stories, and he was comparing it to Lord of the Rings and things like that. No. Jordan Peterson has missed the mark. He said I was very witty, and he liked me, and he said to say hi to you. Sold out Rosemont, or at least a very full crowd. But no, I want real. So I'm sick of going inward with the Anthony Robbins and all this stuff. I bought into all of that. Me. That was my favorite opera. There's streets all over Chicago named after me, one way. And I got sick of it. I've got children and a wife and a world, and I'm turning outward. I'm looking towards God. I'm looking towards bigger things than self. I want to kill the id. I want to kill the ego. And I want to do it like Jim Carrey, but less crazy.
All right. What about staying in Illinois?
Well,
because I know you pay crazy property taxes.
My property taxes are $45,000 a year.
Oh.
I mentioned that I live near the Home Alone house, and that got an unbelievable amount of hate online. Oh, that poor guy lives in a nice neighborhood. Yeah, I worked hard. I came from nothing. My nearest neighbor was a half mile away, a dirt road. And I worked hard. I listened to old-time radio shows and fell in love with radio, and I made money doing this. It's not possible anymore. But no, it feels evil to support this culture, to support Brandon Johnson, the bumbling fool. It feels stupid to support this communist. You know the stories of JB's background. He sat in his family's hotel and ordered 2 ice cream sundaes a day. That's what he ate.
I know.
And I'm glad he's losing weight, and Ozempic's fantastic. But really, why do we need this? My neighborhood is now filled with illegals. Why?
You
Just
have
everything.
illegals living in your neighborhood?
No. They're on the street corners. They're putting their kids into the traffic. Okay. I'm sitting in traffic, and a kid is at my window. A baby's at my window.
Or they juggle right in front of your car.
Yeah, they're using.
And I saw that in El Paso.
Yeah.
In El Paso, when you're near the Paisano Drive, right by the border, people would come in. They'd have buckets. They'd play a song for you. They juggle.
That should be illegal.
Yeah, but they're doing it now in Illinois.
I hate the bucket boys.
Oh, well, that's a different. But I'm just saying that should be illegal, and especially why aren't those kids in school?
Kids used as props.
Still,
this is Biden.
Like every time I'm like, they should be in school.
I personally saw thousands dropped off at the Wilmette train station. They were given money. They're standing like soldiers. These are not immigrants. These aren't people here to pick our cotton or pick our grapes or pick our lettuce or whatever the Democrats, the dummy craps are telling you. It's all lies. These are soldiers. Obama used to talk about how we need another separate army. They've got an army here. They activate them. Like BLM and Antifa and everything else. These are chaos agents. They want to overwhelm the voting Americans, the God-fearing Christian Americans. They want to overwhelm them with maniacs, with low-watt people that will follow their bidding and believe the lamestream media and believe all the lies and propaganda. That's why we need the Smith-Mund Act. Something that's driving me crazy. You want to drive me crazy? This worm in my brain. Like Kennedy. He's got a worm in his brain. That's their defense of not wanting chemicals in our food. He has a worm in his brain. Oh, God, gotcha. Sorry, you know where I'm going with this, Amy? Yeah. Social Security. Everybody. You're Social Security. Oh, boogeyman. They're Social Security.
They're not cutting our Social Security. They're not cutting it. If anything, they want to not tax it for senior citizens.
That's right.
That's the thing.
And these maniacs, these obese maniacs with their blue hair. He works our Social Security.
A lot of phone calls coming in.
And now the bird and the bees is the bees and the bees? I just don't. It doesn't add up, Amy.
312-642-5600, turkey.pro answer. Charles, you got a chuckle out of that.
The birds
one,
and the bees are now the bees and the bees.
Yeah, that's what it is.
My man.
Guys, I've got 2 daughters, Amy.
I'll quote you on that.
Thank you, please. I've got 2 daughters. You know?
They're twins, aren't they? Yeah, I went to your daughter's birthday parties.
Many of them.
And you went to my son's
Your boys are good?
Yeah, they're great.
What, with the piñatas and the mariachi bands with your, Amy.
They're Sweeterican, okay?
Wow.
That's right. We did have a piñata.
Good food. Good food.
All right, we're going to have to take a break here, but when we come back, phone calls.
Yeah, but when those Latinos start whacking the piñata, I had to get out of the way. Those kids went a little crazy.
No, you know why you left one of the parties? Because my son's front tooth was dangling, and it made you absolutely nauseous, and you had to get out of there.
And he's working it with his hands, swinging that tooth back and forth like a door in the country. It's creaking in his skull. Oh!
312-642-5600. We'll take your phone calls for Mancow when we come back. Thanks.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Honey, we're not moving, but we gotta do something about this kitchen.
Funny you mention it. I just stopped by Forever Remodeling's new showroom in Niles. I saw over a dozen kitchen and bathroom layouts they designed. They even offered to stop by the house and give us a free in-home design consultation.
What'd you tell them?
that were free today?
Visit foreverremodeling.com today. That's the number 4everremodeling.com. Forever Remodeling, stress-free and high-quality remodeling.
Are you looking for a church with vibrant contemporary worship and solid biblical preaching? A place that feels like home and people who genuinely care? Check out Anchor Church Payless this Sunday. Services are at 9 and 11 on site or online at anchorpayless.org. We're currently going through the Gospel of Mark, verse by verse. We offer Christ-centered ministries to kids and teens, and we have groups for men, women, and couples, young and old. And don't miss our special Good Friday event, The Living Last Supper, where we bring the famous Leonardo da Vinci painting to life on stage. The event starts at 7 p.m. on Good Friday. Whether you've been walking with Christ for years or are ready for a fresh start, we look forward to seeing you this weekend at Anchor Church. Find us on Facebook or visit us at anchorpayless.org today.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance, including Medicare and other federal and state-funded programs.
I had the worst dream last night. You were in a car crash, and the kids and I were on our own. We had to move out of the house because I couldn't afford it anymore.
That's awful, hon.
My brother got life insurance from Ethos, and it only took 10 minutes. And he got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day. It's all online. No medical exam. He just answered a few health questions right from his house.
Ethos, here we come.
Visit ethos.com/today. Ethos.com/today.
Sample rate is a 10-year term life policy for 35-year-old healthy, non-smoking male. Billed monthly.
Hi, Amy Jacobson here. With the crime we're seeing in Illinois, I know how important it is to keep my home and my family safe. That's why I chose Goldilocks for my home security. One of their awesome technicians just came over and gave me a free assessment of my home. They found vulnerabilities that intruders typically look for and created a personalized plan for me. Goldilocks offers state-of-the-art smart home security systems with HD cameras, motion detectors, smart locks, mobile notifications. As you know, crime in Illinois is out of control, and I'll sleep easier knowing that Goldilocks has my back. They even offer commercial security systems for any size business. Tell them Amy Jacobson sent you, and Goldilocks will include 3 months of monitoring for free with any new install. Call Goldilocks today at 708-889-5600. That's 708-889-5600. Or visit them online at GoldilocksInc.com. That's GoldilocksInc.com. Living with chronic joint pain is like trying to get comfortable on a cactus sofa. Ouch! Nothing feels good. And forget trying to do the things you enjoy this spring, like golfing, hiking, tennis. Hi, Amy Jacobson here, and I want you to know something. Dr. Ashley Caravelli and the medical pros at QC Kinetics here in Chicago are on the case. I spoke to my friend in Utah who had regenerative medicine with QC Kinetics, and now she does not need that right hip replacement. Seriously, listen up. If you have joint pain in your knees, hips, shoulders, back, with QC Kinetics, the science is solid. They give you back your life without surgery, without drugs, and without any downtime. If you're curious if you're a candidate for these treatments, no problem. The consultation is free with appointments on Saturdays. Now's the best time to get started. Call QC Kinetics at 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank, a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
Hi, I'm Bob Chivato, owner of Go Exceed and a customer of Signature Bank. By leveraging AI and machine learning, we provide data management solutions for corporations to save time and money managing their cellular devices. While we rely on machines to help us run our business, we believe personal relationships are essential. This is why we chose Signature Bank. Having a banking partner who understands our background, our business, and our priorities is fundamental to our success. Any bank can provide basic services, But having a bank that you could trust, one that looks out for you and treats your business like its own, that's irreplaceable.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Want to learn how Signature Bank can help turn your business vision into reality? Call Signature Bank at 773-467-5600 or visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
While Dennis Prager is recuperating, we know you miss your daily dose of Dennis. That's why Pragertopia is giving you a special gift. Right now, Pragertopia members can hear the best 2 hours of Dennis's favorite segments from as far back as 2010. On Monday, you can hear the Happiness Hour.
Life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's what I'm about.
Tuesday is Celebrity Guest Day.
Donald Trump Jr. is in studio with me.
On Wednesday, it's the Male-Female Hour.
I really do wish there were a way to ascertain the number of marriages that this hour has helped.
Thursday, the Ultimate Issues Hour.
Not having ultimate issues clarity is like having a map, but you don't know where you're going.
And Friday is Open Lines.
Feel free to ask me anything about me, about you, about life.
So if you're missing your daily dose of Dennis, go to Pragertopia.com and hear all your favorite segments, along with lectures, celebrity interviews, his famous Torah teachings, and more. Get your daily dose of Dennis at Pragertopia.com. Pragertopia.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer, we have to take another break. But when we come back, we will take your phone calls. Any phone calls at all for Mancow or for myself or for Charles Thomas. 312-642-5600. Grab a line if you're on hold. Please stay on hold. We will get to you after the break. Now let's head into the newsroom. Here is John Cruz.
Thank you so much. Good morning. 48 degrees in Chicago on AM 560 The Answer. I'm John Cruz in the Quick Delivery Newsroom. We'll see a mix of sun and clouds, 62 the high, chance of storms into the evening. Chicago PD looking for a person who shot and killed a 28-year-old man in Lincoln Park last night. This happened around 9 p.m. in the 800 block of West Lil Avenue. Authorities have not released the victim's identity. Police also looking for a shooter who injured a 13-year-old boy riding the CTA Red train near the Garfield stop. At last check, the boy in serious condition. The incident comes days after a 61-year-old doorman was shot and killed by a CTA worker. The latest jobs report finding layoff activity slowing down. 9,000 fewer applications for unemployment benefits were submitted than the week before. And who's taking all the manhole covers? Gurnee police investigating a rise in thefts. At least half a dozen cast iron manhole covers missing from sidewalks. They run about $150 a piece, and they require immediate replacement before anybody gets hurt. Anyone with details urged to call police. News, a service of Quick Delivery Service. When you need reliable same-day delivery to clients, Quick Delivery will customize logistics plan to pick it up and move it safely to its destination. Trust their 40 years of experience for peace of mind. Get a quote at quickdelivery.com. Checking traffic in 2 minutes on AM 560 The Answer.
For nearly a decade, AM 560 has marked the start of summer with a night of cigar smoking and great conversation. And this year, we've expanded Cigar Night to 2 nights. Wednesday, May 21st at Gobert's Farm in Pingree Grove. And Thursday, May 22nd at Gaelic Park in Oak Forest. Featuring the great Larry Elder, along with AM 560's Dan Proft and Sean Thompson. Tickets are on sale now at 560theanswer.com/cigar. That's 560theanswer.com/cigar. Sponsored by Liberty Cigar Company.
This year, Holy Week is the same week for Christians and Jews. Passover commemorates the great exodus of the Jews from Egypt. For Christians, Holy Week begins on Palm Sunday, April 13th, when Jesus rode a donkey into Jerusalem and crowds waved palm branches and cheered Hosanna, loosely, a praise of save now. Just 4 days later, on Holy Thursday, Jesus and his disciples took part in their last Passover together. This Last Supper is when Jesus was betrayed and falsely convicted. The next day, Good Friday, Jesus was hung on the cross and died. John 1:29, Behold, the Lamb of God who takes away the sin of the world. But wait, the story doesn't end here. Jesus was buried in a tomb, and on the third day, he rose from the dead. That's what Easter and the Christian faith is all about. Read Isaiah 53 and John's full account of his good news, a read that will change your life forever. Fox Valley Coins will be closed on April 18th in remembrance of Good Friday. Happy Easter from Fox Valley Coins.
Mike Huckabee here for Vinia. Vinia is the remarkable red grape circulation superfood shown in the clinical trial to increase the dilation of arteries for better blood flow. Better blood flow gives me the physical energy I want. Better blood flow means more oxygen can go to my brain to give me the mental alertness that I need to be at the top of my game. I've taken Vinia every day for over 3 years. It's been a life changer. Each Vinia capsule has the same amount of piceid resveratrol found in 1,000 grapes or a full bottle of wine, but without the sugar, calories, or alcohol. If you want all-day energy, better mental alertness, start your day with Vinia. Go online to get your first month free.
Go to Vinia.com to learn how to get your first month free. Enter discount code HUCKFREE at checkout. Visit VINIA.com. Use discount code HUCKFREE to save. Plus, we'll include free shipping and a 90-day risk-free guarantee. Go to Vinia.com right now.
This hourly segment is sponsored by Protecting Your Assets with Steve Scheinman. Listen Saturday mornings at 8. Learn more at willsave.com.
We've got the typical slowdowns this morning, but some issues on the roads. A stalled vehicle causing backups on the Bishop Ford inbound between Sibley and 130th Street. About a 10-minute delay there. Traffic stacking to Sabo Lakeshore Drive northbound between Marquette and Hayes. Also in the Kennedy inbound between Central and Montrose. About a 10-minute backup there. On the Tri-State, slower traffic on the ramp to the outbound Eisenhower. That's northbound between Reagan Memorial and the Eisenhower Expressway. A 10-minute backup on Forest Avenue due to construction. That'll be closed until about 1:30 today, both north and southbound between Keeney and Kedzie. A 10-minute delay if you're Eisenhower inbound between North and Tri-State Tollway, but look at this, a 35-minute backup now, stop and go on the Eisenhower inbound between 9th and Damon Avenue. For the tolls, the Jane Addams eastbound between Meacham and Route 53 got slow traffic on the ramp to the inbound Eisenhower. An accident blocking the right lane on the Tri-State Tollway northbound between I-80 and Chicago Road. And outbound Stevenson between California and Cicero, about a 5-minute backup there. This report sponsored by Straight Talk Wireless. Straight Talk might not be on your shopping list, but it should be next time you're grabbing some milk off the shelf at your local Walmart. Stop by the Straight Talk aisle and switch to real unlimited data. It's quick and convenient. It won't even take up room in your cart. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next, but now a check of the forecast from the National Weather Service.
Clouds and windy today, couple of afternoon showers, high 64. Shower and thunderstorm, then partly cloudy late tonight, low 57. Breezy and warmer, clouds and sun, afternoon, evening thunderstorm for tomorrow. The high tomorrow at 80. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560. The Answer.
Get the latest weather, traffic, and news updates online at 560theanswer.com. Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. Only the biggest stories, only the biggest guests, and only the biggest opinions. This is AM 560, The Answer.
All right, good Thursday morning. Amy Jacobson here, Charles Thomas, and for Dan Proft. Dan Proft will be back next week. Charles, can you hear? Okay.
I don't think I can hear you.
You can't hear? Well, turn up your
headphones. Can you hear me?
I can hear you just fine. And Mancow Muller is in his us. How are you?
Yeah.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro. Answer on.
What's that Dan guy like? Is he nice to you? He better be nice to you.
It's fine. Everything's fine.
I was there first.
Lots of text messages. Gen Xer here. I grew up listening to you, Mancow. I appreciate you, brother. Another one. This is so cute. Mancow, I just wanted you to know that my mother started listening to you when they were in Henderson, North Carolina.
Wow.
She called me excited one day that, hey, have you heard about this Mancow guy? And I kind of giggled and said, yes, Mom, I know of Mancow. I just wanted to let you know that you've brightened her day.
Well, how wonderful is that? And you know, the average commute in Chicago is 2 hours.
Yep.
So the fact that, and people don't know that, you know, you have 2 hours. And I always had Jesus as my co-pilot, but some people chose me. It was a big mistake. But no, you people, the thing, you know, I would meet like people from my childhood, like Gilligan or someone from Lost in Space or something. Captain Kirk, remember he was in my wedding, William Shatner. But I felt like I knew them. And that's the thing, Amy, right? You feel that when people, this voice going into their car for hours a day, they really do get to know you. They know about your family. They know about, you know, your husband, Ricky Ricardo, and
former husband. You got some splaining to do.
Oh man, does he have splaining to do? Wow, he has like 10 splainings to do.
No, that's fine.
Okay.
We're
Anyway.
in a good space. But yeah, so how are your kids though?
Said the bitter divorced. Well, I got to tell you something I've learned about. I was brought up in a household of men, and my mother. But as my mother used to say to me, it was so sweet, so loving. She would say, shut up. But living in a house with women, my daughters are 19 now, my twin daughters and my wife, but I've learned that the more wrong, is that correct English? Anyway, the grammar, the more wrong they are, the louder they get. My wife, the more wrong like Democrats, the more wrong they are, the louder they get. So it ain't easy. Marriage ain't easy, right? It's a Ponzi scheme, and you lose. Men lose.
Life isn't easy.
There's a reason Jeffrey Leving has a business.
Yes.
The father's rights guy.
How long have you been married?
I've been married, about 10 happy years.
Is it? No, you've been married.
No, 10 happy years, about 22 total.
Stop it.
No,
but
she's wonderful.
Marriages go through ebb and flow. I mean, they just do.
Yeah.
And you learn more about each other, but you need your alone time too.
We peaks and valleys.
Peaks and valleys.
I remember as I drop his name again, Shatner put his hand out my window. We were driving through Joliet. We were doing a paintball event. And he put his hand out the window and did this thing with the wave.
Mm-hmm.
I said, "What are you doing?" He goes, "Peaks and valleys. Peaks and valleys." He goes, you can't stay on the mountaintop, and you keep walking through the valley. This is a guy that's nearing in on 100 years old and has always been in front of us. He kept going. He didn't rest on his laurels. He kept... that's your alarm. Time to take your medicine.
Cardinal sin.
Time to take your medicine.
Wow.
Anyway,
Charles.
peaks and valleys. But I got to tell you, I haven't had any. I know this is horrible. It's gross. I would hate this listening to this on the radio, but I haven't had any valleys. I'm madly in love. It was love at first sight. I didn't believe in any of it. My life had been a hoe around before that, like a merry-go-round, but with hoes. And that's street talk.
I get right. I kind of figured that one out.
Well, I was a single man about town.
Oh yeah, I'm sure.
And I enjoyed that.
And then where did you?
Chicago
did you
women are
meet
beautiful. Joliet girls are great. If you can't get lucky in Aurora, it's not saying much.
No,
and
I've
Naperville is for swingers. Drive around, find a pineapple, and you're ready. Anyway, where was I?
Your wife is from? Isn't she from Barrington?
She's Italian and Barrington, sure. And it was love at first sight. I didn't believe in it. It's,
But I think you have valleys when you have a sickness. I mean, wasn't that a valley or was that a peak?
What's that?
When you had shingles. I mean, that's
that's a valley. Yeah, I'm laying in bed and all I could do was troll people and just be a jerk online. That's fun.
Is it painful?
Yeah, it's very painful. It's like I had shingles. Why are we talking about?
I know. Because I'm sorry. I just want to know.
No. It's like having a gremlin in your head, and the nerves are like piano strings, and so now it's your ear.
Mm-hmm.
That's the nerves in your ear. Then it's your nose, and it's only on half of your face. Now it could either be your head, your torso, or your legs.
I had it when I was 27 years old.
Wow.
That's crazy.
And no, it was great because I can handle it.
Yeah.
The older you get, you get it. It can put you down.
Okay.
But when I had it, I was walking around like, what's this on my neck?
Did you get the vaccine then? Or did you not need to since you already had shingles?
I'm not.
No.
We're not going to have the vaccine talk? The
No,
big V?
we won't do that.
We're not talking about the V today?
I'm not talking about the big V.
Oh, I want to talk about the V.
You want to talk about the big V?
All right, phone calls for you, 312-642-5600. Let's go to 22222. Anthony on the north side. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
How you doing?
Oh, hi, Anthony.
I just wanted to say good morning to all of you. How are you?
Good morning.
Mancow, I remember going visiting you in Indiana, live shows and stuff.
Oh, yeah.
It was hilarious. It was a blast. I mean, you opened our eyes, and it was a great time. But my question for you is this. When the leftists start talking about due process with this end of the Maryland man, you know the Maryland man, Maryland man.
Sure.
Anyways, they keep talking about due process. Should we not have practiced due process prior to them migrating here, illegally migrating here? And if we did that, he wouldn't be here, correct?
That's right. Where's all the due processes? They flooded our border. This was all about having more stupid, uneducated, demi-crap, communist voters. They want people with their hand out. They want people having lots of kids that don't want to work. I'm not talking about Latinos. I'm talking about certain groups. They want gangbangers. Again, these are not, yes, there's a smattering of women and children, but I've seen them. These are military-age men. I saw close to 4,000 in Wilmette get off, and there was people waiting with blankets and cell phones and money, and they get out, Amy, and they stand like this. They stand in military position. They're not, if you and I get off a train, I'm going to go find a bench and sit or whatever, rest.
Yeah.
No, they are standing in military formation. These people are not these are not the lettuce pickers I used to hear about when I lived in Salinas, California, and I did live there, and for years. These are soldiers. China. Do you know China has flooded
the
our
ones
border?
coming from China are bringing Louis Vuitton bags, Gucci glasses, and neck pillows.
This is from the State Department, a source that I have there. Do you know what the number one thing? This is for you too, sir. I'm going to ask you a question. Amy, if you know the answer, it's okay too. Don't act like you don't. But,
thanks.
But no. I'm saying because I may have said this to you before. Do you know the number one thing left at our border? The number one thing that people leave when they cross our border?
Well, I've seen a lot of garbage, blankets,
passports.
No, no. Muslim prayer blankets.
Oh.
You know, we have an issue around the world. It's funny when Islamic folks leave a country, they always go to a Christian country. They never go to another Islamic country. And then they wave the flag of the country they left. I don't quite get it.
I don't get that at all.
Yeah, it's so fantastic.
Then why don't you go back?
It's so great to be here that we want to put our women in beekeeper suits. And I don't know why they would love beekeeping, I guess, because all those women are dressed like beekeepers. I am also a fan of honey.
It's called the burqa.
Buy local. And I haven't, I had an apiary of 100 hives, so I know about beekeeping. It's a very swank, chic look these women have in their beekeeping costume when it's 103 degrees outside.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. Let's go to David in Winnetka. Good morning, David. How are you?
Good morning, Amy. Good morning, everybody. I just wanted to call in and give the Cal a sincere apology. Before I woke up, I was a double moron, and I saw you downtown, and you were going nuts about your, this, that, and everything else. And I thought, God, who's this crazy whack job? And da-da-da. Well, finally, when I woke up, I realized that you weren't crazy at all. You were passionate, and you were right. And I was wrong. And I just wanted to call and apologize to you on that.
Well, look, it's a big man to accept. I got to tell you, what is his name?
David.
I don't think I can ever forgive this man.
David?
Yeah, I am furious right now. No, I'm kidding.
Oh, God. I was like, no.
No, listen. Let me tell you something. The greatest truths are spoken in jest. And, I like to keep it light. I got sick of, and we do it here. Everybody, every radio show, every side, we talk about all the problems. I wish we had more answers. I wish I had more answers. I appreciate what you said, and thank you. Yes. Oh, that's what I wanted to say. Amy, I'm sorry, and I apologize. I hate this, and I think this man knows what I'm talking about. Any passion, any emotion now is anger.
Yeah.
Anytime you love anything and you raise don't yell. He's yelling. I can't handle it. This idea that everything must be pre-chewed pablum and you have to be like ignorant little baby birds that I have to pre-chew and spit into your head and everything has to be so stupid. Have you gone up and down the dial how stupid it is, how it insults your intelligence? I'm not talking about you, Amy. Come on, never you, Amy. I love you, Amy. Don't look at me. I'm not judging you. Judge not, Anyway, I'm trying not to judge. I'm just saying where there's no vision, people perish. We need a vision. This city doesn't have a vision. This state doesn't have a vision.
Yeah,
and
we're like lost souls.
I'm passionate. I'm not angry. I'm filled with love. Do you know that they broke my baby ribs when I was born?
Oh,
baby
they
ribs,
did?
baby ribs, baby ribs. They broke my baby ribs.
Yeah.
No, because I have a heart that's too big, sir. Sir, don't laugh.
Oh.
I have a heart that is too big because it pumps more love. And do you know the side that pumps the most, Amy? The left ventricle. That's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
I know about that.
So don't mistake this voice for anger. This is love coming through your speaker.
All right, Jim in South Elgin, you're on with Mancow Muller. Good morning, Jim.
Well, good morning to everybody. Mancow, I sat with you when you did Bernie Stone event years ago with WLS. That was a very nice thing.
I did what?
Bernie Stone?
Bernie
Stone. You mean the alderman, Bernard Stone?
No. What's the name? I'm drawing Bernie. Trump's.
Bernie Mac.
That's what I was thinking, Bernie Mac, and he passed away.
Yeah,
he was a lovely guy. Not funny, but lovely.
Yeah.
There's a lot of things to talk about. Jesse Waters did a very good expose on this guy's history, the one from Maryland, as far as having previous deportation order that was never enforced under Biden. So all these people whining and crazy, they're just whining. They're just misinformed.
It's of course, and again, why aren't these people concerned about the hostages, the American hostages? The boys are being molested, the girls are being molested on a daily basis. They don't care about that because it doesn't serve the agenda. Agenda. That is all they care about. And what is the agenda? The agenda is the end of a Western world. Turn on your TV. See how stupid it is. Look at what entertainment used to be. Try to find a good movie. Try to find a decent song.
Trying to find a good TV sitcom.
It is by design. Do you understand? We are being dumbed down. The schools where you don't have to. Did you see that in some schools because it makes some groups feel stupid, so they're not judging them on math and reading? I mean, what favor are we doing people? No, because a dumb, angry population is going to be very easy for our Chinese masters to take care of. I've been to China numerous times. I went with my friend Mike Schwimmer from Windy City Novelties. And, I asked officials there, why are there no Muslims? Oh, well, they're terrorists. We kill them.
Wow.
What about Christians? Well, we don't like it, but, we know there's some Christians here for now.
Yeah,
and they're very clear. Look, Islam tells us what they want. The Chinese tell us what they want. What did they say recently, days ago? We are peasants on their land. Our politicians are selling us out, and Trump was right. It's China. So, yes, we may have to feel a little pain in our 401k right now, but we must address China or our children will live in slavery. I'm talking Kunta Kinte. I'm saying you won't be able to have a name like Mancow. They will call you Kunta.
All right, Craig in Mount Greenwood, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning, Amy and Charles. Amy, you left me out in the cold this morning.
I did?
Yeah, that's all right.
All right, what's up?
And I agree with Mancow as far as you've got the right equipment for TV broadcasting. I mean, that.
Oh, my.
So you could do either radio or TV. I agree with that.
Yep.
All right, and then with Mancow, as far as a question, I got a question for you with regard to all this lawfare that goes on. And Amy and Charles were talking about this morning about like the, Sheila with or whatever, the thievery and everything and the hypocrisy of basically doing, committing criminal acts and all that. And now
Amy, are you talking about Letitia James and her fraudulent mortgage filing when she put her father down on her mortgage instead of her husband's name?
I believe that's the tip of the iceberg with all of these leftist people and all these leftist politicians and judges, which is exactly the same as a politician. They're just hacks. But what Trump should do is he mentioned it coming in there that he was that there wasn't going to be any more lawfare tolerated, and that this Boasberg, that Mershon things, they are interfering with Trump's ability and basically his caring for the United States and protecting and keeping us safe. They need to get serious about this because it's more than just the crimes of these leftists. It's they're interfering with that lawfare. And so why is it that he can't use like an executive order or something like that to go after these people for interfering, being abetting the enemy?
Amy.
Thanks, Craig, for the phone call.
May I just look, you hear it in his voice. And we heard from Trump 10 years ago, 12 years ago with Hillary, lock her up, and we're going to do this, and we're going to do that. And now people make more excuses. Well, we just need time. We need time. They got to get their ducks in a row. Look, when you see that Pelosi makes $175,000 a year and is worth hundreds of millions of dollars, and then you actually find it in USA, the thievery from the Obamas,
Insider
the thievery
trading
from the Clintons, the money that they stole allegedly from Haiti. And I've been to Haiti, and boy, do they hate the Clintons because
I went to Haiti too. Yeah. They can't stand them.
They had enough money to rebuild that place. Of course, it would take $20 to rebuild Haiti. That's what happens when you worship Satan.
But they didn't do it.
But
they pocketed the money allegedly.
Yeah,
they went on their honeymoon there. The Clintons went on their honeymoon to Haiti. Who goes to Haiti for a honeymoon?
Lovely. It's kind of like who went to Tiananmen Square?
Oh, Tim Walz.
Tim Walz went to Tiananmen Square for his honeymoon.
And then he was there, and then he wasn't there, and then he said he was there.
You don't think he's controlled by the Chi-Coms? Amy, I'm just telling you, I'm sick of it. I'm fed up. Kash Patel, Bondi, all these people, all these announcements, nothing's happening. So what's going to happen to these people, sir, caller? Nothing.
Yep. Tom in Mount Prospect, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, I know. I'm a big fan. You were just talking about how there's an influx, about Muslims and, China's going to take over. The thing is, a lot of the wars in the Middle East were caused by us, brought Muslims here. They went in through Turkey, they went into Europe, and, and whenever there's war, they're going to run away from war. So it's like, maybe if we stop doing the wars that Benjamin Netanyahu wants.
Yeah.
Maybe we could stop having a lot more refugees in other countries in Europe and in the U.S.,
Well, I would say you're probably an anti-Semitic guy. You don't like Israel. You don't think Israel has a right to defend themselves. Well, it's code. It's code for how you. It's code for how you really feel. It's code for how you really feel. And we. Oh, there you go. See how angry you are. See, look at the veins on the side of your head. Yes, we needed to go to war. We needed to go to war against Islam. I don't have any problem with a Muslim, sir. I have a problem with Islam and Sharia law. It does not work with a Christian country and a constitutional country that we are. Okay? I don't want my daughters in burqas, and I don't want to be enslaved. And as far as that horrible war, maybe they shouldn't kidnap and rape Jewish women and men and American men and women. If they stop, and I've been there numerous times. I would bet you haven't. And these neighbors stealing and kidnapping your kids, you'd fight back. You'd fight back, and that's what they're doing. They're defending themselves.
Don't forget about Adon Alexander. We just heard about him. He's from New Jersey.
Yeah.
Born and raised in New Jersey.
Yeah.
Graduated from high school.
Yeah.
And did what all good Israeli citizens do. After you graduate high school, before you go to college, or you go to college with your kibbutz, you'd serve a year in the military.
I like how you said that, but you spit in my eye.
They should do that here.
Yeah.
So that our kids appreciate America and they learn to fight for our freedoms.
Something? And by the way, I do not like the Israeli government. I want to make they were awful during COVID and everything else.
All right, one quick last question because we're up against the clock here. Believe it or not, time flies.
I've got more.
Jason in Melrose Park.
I'm ready. Let's stay on.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thank you for taking my call. Good morning, Mancow. Love your show.
Thank you. A very smart person. This guy's brilliant.
Hey, so my question is for Mancow, why won't 560 give you a show?
Well, very controversial. Listen, Amy, do you know the difference between a tornado and a democratically run Chicago? Do you know the difference?
No.
One will ruin your life, take everything, and destroy your city. The other is weather. That's a good one.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Did you know that AM 560 Radio has a full-service digital marketing division called Salem Surround? If you're a business decision maker, listen up. AM 560 listeners are everywhere your potential audience is. So are our incredible targeting capabilities. We localize digital marketing and put it within reach of every business, small and large, in Chicagoland and beyond. Salem Surround offers AI-powered marketing solutions that reach your ideal audience. Whether or not you tap into the proven live, local, and emotional connection that AM 560 Radio brings, Salem Surround offers a total marketing solution to our partners, all-in-one digital solutions that provide targeted local digital and social media ads, Google AdWords management, website services, video strategy, search optimization, and even a management dashboard to offer you total campaign updates and transparency. Your Salem Surround representative is located right here in Chicago. Experience the Salem Surround digital revolution today. Call 847-472-8951. That's 847-472-8951.
You heard me talk about Relief Factor and how so many people enjoy a better, more pain-free life because of it. If you're dealing with everyday pain, it makes sense you'd want to try it first. Well, Relief Factor makes that pretty pain-free too with their 3-week quick start kit for only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Relief Factor is a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Relief Factor doesn't just mask pain temporarily, it helps reduce or eliminate pain. Visit ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF, 800-4RELIEF for Relief Factor.
Healthcare is complicated. It doesn't have to be. If you don't love how your health insurance works, maybe it's time to leave traditional health insurance behind. Take charge of your healthcare with Christian Healthcare Ministries. CHM offers you flexibility. Enroll anytime, choose your own provider, and select the program that fits your needs and budget. CHM is the original faith-based way of taking care of your medical bill costs. Learn more at chministries.org/wellness.
Have you seen our energy bill? You'd think Elon used our furnace to power his rocket ships.
Very funny, babe. That furnace is 20 years old and probably hasn't been cleaned in 10.
I'll have Air Right Heating and Cooling check it out. They've seen it all. Plus, there's still time to take advantage of federal rebates. They even give AM 560 listeners $56 off any service.
Visit Air Right Heating and Cooling today at air-rite.com. That's AIR-RITE.com. Air Right Heating and Cooling, doing it right since 1959.
Help DEA keep our community safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, April 26th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but you need to vacate this home.
Why, officer? I own this home free and clear. I lived here for 40 years.
Well, unfortunately, this paperwork says otherwise.
But I have nowhere else to go.
I'm sorry to hear that, ma'am.
This story is becoming all too common in the U.S. Scammers are preying on people with high equity or who own their homes free and clear of a mortgage. Only one company completely protects you. That's Equity Protect. Get your free risk report by texting the word HOME to 94878. Again, text the word HOME to 94878 to get your free risk report from Equity Protect.
You can hear this today at Preggertopia.com.
I mean, there are many issues that are tied for number one. This is one of them. I believe, and not everybody does, and there are people I love and adore who are religious who would not necessarily agree with this, but I think God most wants us to be good people, to do good on this planet.
Hear the entire episode. It's for Preggertopia members only. Go to Preggertopia.com.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right. I bet you weren't expecting that, were you? That was your first time meeting Mancow in person.
That's the first time I ever met Mancow, and I tell you, it was an experience I will not forget soon.
Yes. Well, Charles Thomas, thank you so much for coming in.
Well, thank you for having me.
Thanks for Mancow for coming in, and thank you so much for listening. Thanks to Justin and Quinn. Have a wonderful day. Today it's going to be sunny, but some showers by the afternoon. It is now 9 a.m.